Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ADAPT International Convention 2021. My name is John, and I will be your host today in room number 1. I'm sure we have all been waiting for this prestigious event all year, and I'm so glad to see all of you guys participating once again this year. For those of you who's joining us for the first time, we welcome you and we hope you enjoy the event. So, right now, what I want you guys to do is to comment in the comment section below and let us know where you are currently watching ADAPT 2021 from. As for me, I'm currently live right here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, ADAPT 2021 is an empowering 4-day event, and I'm so glad to see all of you guys here on day 1. So, without further ado, let's kickstart the event.
Hello everyone, welcome to ADAPT 2021. We are still live, virtual, hopefully things are getting better. I really like to thank the team behind the ADAPT convention. A lot of effort, time has been dedicated. So thank you all, you make it possible. A lot of hard work. Thank you guys, amazing work. Life has been changed, since 2020, COVID, our lifestyle has changed. The way we work has been changed, work from home, and so many things. And technology has played an important part. Those who feel a bit scared of using technology, now you can see them, like even the Gen X, Y, the old generation, the baby boomer, they're using more and more technology. So things have changed. Technology has changed their life and being the important part of their life. The ADAPT convention and all the speaker today, what you'll be listening, it's all about technology and how it's changing our lives. And that's the future, how it's going to change. Today, I like to touch on a new things which is bringing everybody very excited. It's metaverse. What's metaverse? People, they're talking about a fairy tale, like what will be, how it will be. Most of us has experienced virtual reality, having those goggles and working about it. And that's what most of us are thinking. It will be the same thing as we have done. We are, we are in the real estate. We have seen having the virtual tours. But metaverse will really change our life. Think about it. So you go into something and start shopping. And the most people can teach you and tell you what metaverse is really about. Talk to, if you have a kid in your house who's 5 to 6 years old, who play Roblox. They exactly know what metaverse will be all about. They go into the world of Roblox and start playing. So Roblox is exactly what the big metaverse is going to happen. For the layman to understand what will be the metaverse, it's like having a website, www website when we go to internet. For metaverse, this is a 2D version. Metaverse will be 3D. So when you go into the movie and you see those attractions, so that's the 3D. So there'll be a shift, there'll be a change, and it's really going to change so many things. The most interested or exciting, or I think the most disruption going to happen with the metaverse is education or edutech. Imagine currently we learn all about our imagination, even if you go into the school. But Jack and Jill went up the hill. We will really be up the hill when into the metaverse. And these are the industry will really be disrupted. So many things happening. Facebook is planning to invest $10 billion and will hire more than 10,000 people in metaverse. So there will be a huge kind of investment going to happen. And when we talk about why Facebook have changed the name and going so aggressive about metaverse, is like they were looking for something, because these are the big companies. If you look Apple, Google, these are the very big tech companies. Google have their platform, Android, Apple has iOS, Facebook don't have their own operating platform. And I think Metaverse, what they have decided to make their platform where they can run it whole, not only on the Facebook side or the other things. There'll be a lot of technology which is coming. So Metaverse will really going to change your life. Metaverse is really coming to active. For all of you out there, this is the time where we go out and look and learn. There is a lot of opportunities coming on Metaverse. So the reason for me to talk on this ADAPT convention and the talk about Metaverse, because I feel, and then when we see people, they're still joking about, like, oh, this is a fantasy. No, it's not a fantasy. It's really going to happen. Because what you've been hearing for last 4 or 5 years, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, the whole ecosystem, this will end in Metaverse. So you go out, imagine you go out if you want to shop. Right now you go on your app, whether you're buying from Amazon, whether you're buying from anything. In Metaverse, you'll be inside talking to people, connecting with people, and buying and selling stuff. When you buy something, it will be on Meta, it will be crypto, it will be on blockchain. So our life is going to change. Students who are there, who want to make their careers in technology, in computer science, start learning Metaverse. The languages, there will be so many. What will be the platform? Nobody knows. But there are a lot of people who are working on the Metaverse. What will the language, how it will work. So students learn, explore how you can contribute with the Metaverse. Businesses, how you can produce platform which help the Metaverse. Businesses out there, social media marketing, all those things, learn how you're going to market, because next future, in 3 to 4 years, you'll be selling your product into the world, which is your imagination. So a lot of excitement going to happen. So Metaverse, don't ignore. I think this is going to happen. I remember the old time when we talk about, .com, and there was a crash of .com. Internet stays. There's a lot of companies wiped out, but the .com it still stay and still flourish. So I think there's a lot of new thing happen. We are really excited. Things are opening up. Things are getting better. Let's hope for the best, and let's see what more new technology. But the idea is be alert and learn as much as possible. Anything new, get ready. Last week I read about Tesla is coming up with the phone, the mobile phone. Very excited. You know what he's saying? Elon Musk, I love him. This phone will work on Mars. Mars. So that's the imagination you should take it, so these things, when you talk about Metaverse, small thing, he's working how the phone will work on Mars, and he's launching. Apple, Samsung, definitely Android, they must be having a sleepless night, because this phone will be charged from the solar. This phone will work, maybe you don't need a SIM card. He will really disrupt. So that's on technology. There's so many exciting new things are happening. So keep on listening on ADAPT. Keep on listening to the more speaker, and I personally like to thank you all for keep on supporting us for this is the 3rd year in a row, and then we'll be continue to giving you more and more, and that's the idea. The idea from ADAPT team is to equip you and keep you ahead of time and be prepared and ready for the future. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining in this presentation on how CEOs should lead the digital marketing process without turning into a digital marketer. This is such an important topic because we all know sales and marketing is important in the business, right? And yet it's not worth the business owner's time to become a digital marketing expert because you have way bigger, way more important things to do. But at the same time, you cannot outsource your leadership of sales and marketing to an agency, to a freelancer, to a digital marketer. Right? You need to lead it in order to be successful. And today I'm going to be talking exactly about that. Right? So who is this for? So I want you to answer these questions with me. I'm just going to go through 10 questions and you're going to score it out of 10 points, right? So if you agree with the statement, you score 10. You highly disagree with the statement, score 1, or you can score anything in between to mark how much you agree with the statement. Okay, so let's go into the first question. I only serve my target audience and disqualify those that are not. So if you agree, that's you, put a 10. If not, put a 1, or you can put anything in between. Right? I can clearly describe the problems I solve to my customers. Score that. I have a sales target that is communicated to my team. I have a clear plan to achieve the leads, appointments, and sales. I know how to tweak my plans when I'm not hitting my targets. I know how many sales leads I need to reach my sales target. I have more than enough sales leads coming in every day. I constantly keep in touch with my leads even if they don't buy. I am skilled in converting leads into sales quickly and consistently. And I only get satisfied clients to do word of mouth marketing. Okay, so you add all the points up and score it out of 100, right? Just write it down, just do this exercise very quickly. What is your percentage? If today your percentage is over 90, good job, congratulations, you're doing well, right? If you're anywhere between 7 and 90, you are doing great as well. You are really putting in effort, but there still can be room to improve, right? But if you're scoring anything below 70, today I want you to listen up to this topic, right? Because it's absolutely important if you want to succeed in the digital marketing world moving forward, right? So who am I? Let me start off with introducing myself before getting into the main content, right? My name is Justin Chen, and I'm a digital strategist, a business strategy coach, and a regional consultant and trainer in the area of sales and marketing. I've mentored multiple 7-figure digital marketers, and this is absolutely important detail to not miss out, because what I'm doing here is not I don't just practice what I preach. I have also successfully duplicated myself, cloned myself by creating other digital marketers that have produced 7-figure campaigns, means more than R1 million campaigns, right? For their clients as well. And this means whatever I do is not just my brain, my skill, and my smartness or whatever. Whatever I do is methodical, and I'm able to download it to someone else. And this is very important because if I can download it to 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, I can download it to everyone, right? So I've also worked with over 100 businesses and across different industries, and I've managed over 7 figures in digital ad spend. So when I talk about managing digital ads, I think I know what I'm talking about, right? For me to spend R1 million on ads, more than R1 million on ads, that's a pretty huge amount, right? So you can see here this screenshot of my clients' ad accounts collectively, right? And just in the past year alone, we have spent nearly R1 million across our different clients, right? I've also generated tens of millions in revenue for my clients. This is very important because my clients do not spend millions in ringgit in ads if I don't generate revenue for them, right? They wouldn't spend this kind of money if they don't get a return on investment. So whatever I'm doing here is profitable. Whatever I'm doing here is generating results, right? I'm not just asking you to spend on ads for fun, right? So whatever I'm talking about here today is not theoretical. It's all highly practical. And whatever I speak about here today is something you can implement into your business no matter what stage of business you're in, right? So let's get into the content. How do we lead your business digitally without turning into a digital marketing expert? You as a business owner, last thing you want is to become a digital marketer. You want to grow your business, right? But you don't want to go and learn Facebook ads, go and create landing pages and do all that. right? But today I want to share with you how you can lead it successfully and implement digital marketing successfully in your business. All right, so today I have this, I'm going to share with you this 5C formula, right? This 5C formula is what I use to consult my clients, from clients that I coach to clients who pay 6 figures a year for me to do their digital strategy, right? So first one is to chart out your marketing strategy and goals, right? Today, I'm just going to share in very detail about this part, because this is the part you need to know in order to lead the digital marketing process. I only have time for this today due to time constraints, but I have a follow-up webinar where I will share everything for free, right? You can go and learn my entire strategy for free, and I'll show you where to get that after this presentation. But today, I just want to talk about phase one, right? How to chart out your marketing strategy and goals. So this is very important because most digital marketers only focus on how many leads, how many clicks, what's their reach, what's their click-through rate, and all these kind of things. But you as a business owner, what you need to know, what you need to aim for is your revenues. Are you making enough revenues? Are you making enough profits? Are your profits enough to go and fund your marketing spend even further in order to grow the business? Ultimately, the bottom line is, are your numbers set for you to grow your business, right? Do you have a game plan to grow your business, right? So I want to start off with this. When you chart a strategy, we start off by understanding the mindset of winning in digital marketing. In digital marketing, you are no longer competing in a local market. You're competing in a global market. Like borders are just lifted, right? Borders are closed physically, but borders are lifted digitally. And when borders are lifted digitally, now you are fighting globally, or at least nationally, right? And the only way for you to win is for you to decide to be a king of an island and not a small fish in a big pond. You can never win if you want to target everybody. You need to target someone, right? One group of people. And to become a king of an island is to really define who do you want to speak to, who do you want to serve, what kind of reputation do you want to build for yourself. And that comes with understanding who you serve and how you serve them, and how do you serve them differently from everyone else. So once you got that in place, which I speak about in detail with my clients in the 5C process, what I want to share with you today is you need to decide who do you want to serve, right? And then we can go on to the rest of the digital strategy. Okay, so let's talk about charting your goals and strategy. So once you define your target audience, your circle of authority, we talk about setting your targets. So we always like to look at your point B. What do we want to achieve? 1 million ringgit in sales, 10 million, 100 million, whatever not, right? But many times we always forget the point A. Where are we now, right? So we always need to define your point A and your point B in order for us to come up with the point C, right? Which is what do you need to do? So when you define your point A and point B, this is how it looks like. So your point B is equivalent to the ones in purple, right? Your profit, your revenues, your customers, your appointments, and leads. So all these are derived from different formulas, right? Your profit is revenue times margins, your revenue is customers times average order value, and so on and so forth. But so often when you ask a business owner what is their goal, they will say, I want to earn 100,000 ringgit net profit next year, or increase by 100,000 next year. I want to earn 10 million revenue next year. I want to have 5,000 customers or whatever not. So they put a number on the left, but it's really hard to control how much sales you get, how much profit you get, how many customers you get, right? Most of the time, these numbers are just plucked out by chance. And if you tell the team, hey, I want to increase my revenue by 1 million next year, what are the steps, right? So that's where the formula comes in. So this part is where you have more control over. You can do things to influence these numbers, right? So just to give you an idea, right? You want to increase your margins, you can do this. If you want to increase your customer lifetime value, you want to increase your conversion rate, you want to decrease your cost per lead, you increase your ad spend. There are things and efforts and initiatives you can do to influence how your numbers turn out. So when you chart your strategy, chart it using what are the numbers you want to impact, and then plan initiatives according to that, right? So when you plan from the top to the bottom, start with the end in mind. How much profit you want to make and how much revenue is needed for that. And when you define your revenue, you know how many customers you need how many appointments you need, and how many leads you need. Once you know the number of leads you need, then you can start planning your digital marketing strategy, right? How much you need to spend, what kind of ad campaigns, so on and so forth, right? So once you got that in place, you need to start building your team. So you need to build your team to do all this, because you as a CEO, your goal is not to do all this. All this can be done by people, right? When I say your team, it could be outsourced agencies, freelancers, it could be in-house people. It doesn't matter, right? There's a role for everyone, right? But the most important thing here is you need to get out of doing it yourself, working in your business, and to come up and become a leader and work on your business. I'll just share with you how I normally look at this, right? When you build your team. If you're on a survival mode, means you are getting less than 100K. What you need to do is to learn to do it yourself, right? You need to learn how to do simple digital marketing, right? Social content and all this. Your whole goal here is to try to sell, right? But once you get past that range, what you need next is to get leads and put in systems. Here, what you need to do is hire specialists. Don't hire agencies at this point, or hire big agencies with big teams, right? You need to hire specialists, hire people who are good at what you're not good at. Let's say you want to hire copywriters, graphic designers, Facebook ads managers, these people who have expert skills in certain specializations. But you need to lead the marketing process. But once you get over the 1 million ringgit range, you need to start building a team, right? But if you don't want to build your own team yet, you can hire an agency. This is a good place to hire an agency, because this is a place you scale. You don't want to incur a whole bunch of costs hiring in-house, but instead you want to hire an agency to manage for you, right? Where they will manage the specialists for you. But you still need to lead the strategy. You need to understand the numbers and the things required to get to your goal. And lastly, if you're more than 10 million, that's when you start to build your in-house team, and you hire external consultants to consult and give you insights on how to manage your marketing, right? So this is just a screenshot of how and what are the roles of each type of team, right? And next, we need to realign your strategy. So once you build your team, you know what to do. Use your team to the fullest, and by realigning your strategy. It's no use trying to tell them, hey, I need low cost per leads, many leads, a lot of revenue. That's not a productive conversation. Instead, what you need to do is to track every number possible, right? When it comes to your revenues, your leads and all that, right? Your cost per lead. So only what gets measured gets done. If you don't measure it, you don't know what to improve. Do you have enough leads? Do you have enough revenues? Do you have enough customers? Do you have enough appointments? If you don't know those numbers, you won't know what to improve. So this is a screenshot of how we track, right? We track ad spend, we track cost per lead, we track how many clients, the conversion rates, and all this. So from here, we can see, okay, what are the things that need improvement? And from here, we plan the initiatives that impact those numbers, right? And from here, once we do this, how do we measure the success of this optimizations, these initiatives? We track it again. Did we improve, or did we decrease in our performance, right? What areas improved, what areas did not improve, and how can we tweak it some more? So when you track on a month-to-month basis and do initiatives according to your objectives, you get a very objective, goal-based view on how you execute your strategy, right? So that's how I approach digital marketing, and how you should approach digital marketing as a CEO. So today I want to invite you to take the next step, right? If you are a CEO, I want to invite you to learn the rest of the 5C formula. So today I talked about the first step, right, on how to lead your business digitally without turning into a digital marketing expert. I want to invite you to learn the rest of the steps on how to cut through the noise and say things so that people will listen. How to get your marketer to generate sales leads for cheap or even for free. right? How to create a system that converts high-end clients automatically. And step number 5 is how to utilize a hidden advantage that only you have to grow your business. These are the 5 steps that I want to share in my 5C Formula webinar. It's free. You can join the training over here. Just go to bit.ly/OO register. bit.ly/OO register. Thank you for joining this presentation today. I hope you learned something. I hope you're inspired to get started or to look into how you can grow your marketing strategy. So take care, everyone. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And whether we believe it or not, your personal brand has more implications on the way your career moves than anything else in today's world. Hello everyone, I'm Mansi Agarwal, International Soft Skills Corporate Trainer based in Kathmandu, Nepal. I really enjoy transforming life through the power of words and also through the power of branding. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly how you can understand your personal brand and create a personal brand on social media. So, let's get started. The most important thing to understand is, what is your brand? In order to understand what your personal brand is, let me ask you a simple question. This is Coca-Cola. This is $2. This, on the other hand, is ABC Cola. This is $1.50. Which one would you buy? Coca-Cola or ABC Cola? My guess is that you said Coca-Cola. Why? Because it's a brand. And along with the fact that it's a known brand, come two different things. Number 1, goodwill. Number 2, you trust it. That's why it's really important to be able to create a brand name that people trust. Companies spend millions and billions of dollars annually to brand themselves, to become leaders in their field, companies that organizations that people actually trust. Just like a company has a brand, a person also has a brand. Think about some of the leaders of your country. Think about some famous celebrities internationally and within your own countries as well. Don't they all have a certain brand? Don't you think about certain adjectives the moment you think about them? Absolutely you do. But the truth is that your brand is not limited only to celebrities or to big organizations. People like you and me, people who are professionals just going about their day-to-day chores, also have a personal brand. Your personal brand really helps you stand out in a crowd. Your personal brand could be something like hardworking, efficient, extremely ambitious, empowered. Your brand could also be lazy, stupid, unethical. No matter what it is, your personal brand is the perceptions, is the image, is the adjectives that people say about you when you're not in the room. And the truth is, a lot of different things depend on your personal brand. How much people trust you, whether they want to work with you or not, how they regard you, how they perceive you as a professional. And all of these things can have huge implications on your career. Now let's try and understand how we can go about the business of creating a certain personal brand that we want on social media. So, now that we've understood what your personal brand is, it's very important to understand how you can create a brand. For any brand to be created, whether it's an organization or a person, it has to be consistent messaging. What do I mean by consistent messaging? A company that doesn't change its logo for years and years makes you associate a particular color, a particular logo with the company. That is an example of consistent messaging. A person, a celebrity who consistently works hard over the years, a sports person who's known for their ethics, works consistently on a certain set of values which makes you relate that person with those values, therefore creating a strong brand association with that person and those values. Just like that, if you too want to create a personal brand of yourself around any subject in any category, please remember the key would be consistent messaging. But where exactly do you do this consistent messaging? Earlier, consistent messaging was possible in the masses through media, through television, through newspapers, through magazines, through the radio. However, in the last few years, I have noticed a democratization in this. With the advent of social media, each one of us, you, me, and everybody around has the power to consistently send out messages about themselves through social media into the world and touch potentially thousands of people in the click of one button. So, use the power of social media. Understand that this is one of the most impactful tools if you want to consistently send out messages and therefore create a brand for yourself in the world around. So, why is your brand important? I personally believe that each one of us already has a brand, whether we consciously work on it or not. However, the ones who consciously put in effort and create a particular brand of themselves find themselves in a much better position professionally because of 3 reasons. Number 1, your personal brand helps you create visibility. What do I mean by visibility? Visibility is basically having a mind share, letting more and more people come to know about you, expanding your network, expanding your name, and therefore expanding the number of people who follow you, who are in touch with you, the number of people who understand your content and are impacted by it. This really helps to spread the word about what you do, what you're good at. Number 2, the other thing about having a personal brand is that it establishes you as an expert. Nothing else really can establish you as an expert apart from the kind of messages you consistently give out on social media and how you put certain content out there which makes people start to follow you and think of you as a thought leader in a particular field. Number 3, getting you the right clients. Soon you'll realize after you consistently expand your circle, expand your impact, expand your reach, and you're known as an expert in your particular field, the right kind of clients will be flocking and coming towards you because you have managed to create a brand, therefore build goodwill and trust. And therefore people trust you as an expert and want to get associated with you and get work your way. Now that you've understand that social media is the best and easiest method to consistently give out messages about yourself that then help to create a personal brand, it's extremely important to consider these 3 factors before you embark on this journey of actually creating your brand. And the 3 factors are, number 1, choose your niche. What does this mean? This means that each one of us has one skill or one particular area where we can add immense value to the world. This area is our niche. This area is where we can actually stand out and create the best for ourselves. It's extremely important for you then to understand and identify what your niche is. Are you somebody who's going to be talking about football? Are you somebody who's going to be talking about gadgets? Are you somebody who's going to be talking about makeup or yoga or meditation or exercise or weightlifting or whatever it is? It's extremely important to be very clear about what your niche is because truly you want to be known as a thought leader, as an expert in that particular field. So, step number 1, before you embark on this journey, understand your niche. The more narrow, the more specific, the better it is because you will be known as the number 1 in that if you consistently send out the right messages. Number 2, your brand words. Each one of us is associated with certain words. I personally love to be associated with the words communicator, confident, and genuine. These words really bring out the best in me and make me feel so authentic and so complete. It's extremely important for you to understand what your brand words should be. Do you want your brand words to be fun? Do you want your brand word to be elegant, hardworking, smart, confident, talented? No matter what it is, your brand words are like these adjectives that people should associate with you every time they see you. I personally love the words confident, passionate, and genuine, and I hope that after some research and introspection, you too are able to come up with brand words that you want people to associate with you. Number 3, understand your audience. Before you embark on this journey, it's extremely important for you to understand who your audience is. Who are you speaking to? What is the kind of person that would connect with you? What kind of person would like to hear from you? Who would be interested in the niche topic that you're creating content on? What kind of people would want to know more about the value you're adding to the world? The moment you can understand your audience, you can then customize and cater your messages so that they are easy to be found and discovered by the right audience, so that they are in the language, in the voice that your audience understands, and so that they are catered and tailor-made to the audience so that the audience can discover you, love you, and engage with you just so much better. Now that you've understood these three facets, let's jump on the journey of creating our own personal brands. So, now that we've understood exactly what all we need to keep in mind as we start working on our personal brands, let's get into the business of actually understanding how we can create our personal brands on social media. Number 1, make your profiles complete. What does this mean? Choose the social media where you're going to be available, choose the platform carefully, but once that is done, it's extremely important that you complete your entire profile. This means your name, your photograph, hopefully which is professionally clicked, a bio about you which talks very directly about your niche and maybe talks a bit about your brand words, and also your website. These 4 things are extremely important because they help not only in discoverability, but they also help to add credibility to who you are. I personally would not be trusting somebody who has everything else covered yet has no photograph at all, yet has a photograph, a very smudgy, old-looking picture. I would not trust somebody who's not using their real name on social media. My strongest suggestion to you would be, when you're making your profile, make sure these 4 details are certainly there because they add a ton of credibility to who you are and what value you bring to the table. Number 2, be everywhere. What does this mean? This means that while you might have a particular social media platform that you love a lot, try and be available in more than one place because your audience sometimes looks for you across platforms. I think Facebook is the one platform where I'm most comfortable, where I'm most at home. However, I also am available on YouTube, on Instagram, and as well as on LinkedIn because I feel that a lot of different people try to get in touch with me in a lot of different ways. So not only am I available on 2-3 other platforms, I also make sure that the messaging is consistent, my profile picture is the same everywhere, my name is the same everywhere, my bio is similar everywhere, and my website is linked to each one of these platforms. This really helps for people to start trusting me as a person because of the consistent messaging I'm putting out everywhere. Number 3, it's extremely important to link all these profiles together. On my Facebook, you'll find links to my YouTube. On my YouTube channel, you'll find link to my Facebook, to my LinkedIn, to my email, and everything else. This really helps to connect all of these under one umbrella, and this helps people sort of find you across channels and know you better. Number 4, be consistent. While I've already said that your bio, your profile should be consistent across all platforms, even your tone, your voice, the words you use, the way you write, the way you dress, the kind of content you create, all of this should also be consistent because even this is messaging, and even this really truly has a huge impact on the way people perceive you in the real world. Number 5, and this perhaps is the crux of the matter, post fresh, unique content regularly. What does this mean? Content is what you create. Your content could be a photograph, your content could be an infographic, your content could be a video, your content could be a blog post, your content could be anything else really truly that's been created by you that other people can take and learn something from. I genuinely believe that if you want to position yourself as a thought leader, as somebody who knows a lot, as an expert in any particular field, it's extremely important that you go out there and you create and share content that you have created, that you believe in, that really truly talks about your original voice and your value into the world. Nothing helps people understand what you bring to the table apart from the content you have created. I truly believe that if you can figure out a regular posting schedule, if you can regularly create consistent quality of content and post it out there on social media, people start trusting you and start trusting you as an expert in a particular field, which always helps your personal brand image. Number 6, automate your content posting. I understand that what I just told you could sometimes be overwhelming. After all, who has the kind of time, who has the kind of energy to create one new piece of content every day? Which is why this is what I do. I create new videos every single week. I also appear on television, so I have a lot of snippets from my own shows. I also do a lot of other different trainings and things like that, from where I get a lot of testimonials in the form of video content. I combine all of these together, and I try and I sort of post and schedule all my posts once a week or maybe once in 2 weeks, so that I don't have to think about this on a day-to-day basis. Also, the videos that I create myself are created by me within a day. I take a lot of time when I think about my content. I write down my content very well. But the actual business of getting up, shooting my videos, editing my videos and all of that happens within a fairly short period of time, and then I regularly break up all the content that I shot in a particular day, and then I schedule them over a long period of time so that I can then use a bulk of my time to do more creative endeavors, to function and to do actual work rather than to consistently think about the content I have to put out next week. I try and have at least 5 to 7 videos in my archives at any given point, so that I'm never rushed and pressurized into creating content that I don't truly believe in, and I'm never rushed into creating content that does not match up to the standards and values that I have placed for myself. Point 7. When you start doing all of these things regularly, you'll see that the number of people who follow you, like you, subscribe to your channel, whatever it is, increases. All these people are there because they are getting some kind of value out of the content you create. However, please remember, you are creating a community of friends. You are creating a community of people who love to hear from you. But they will only love you till they realize that you care about them. So show them that you care, connect with them, engage with them, try and answer as many of their questions as their queries as possible. I know this is not always possible. I know I myself sometimes cannot keep up with the kind of and the volume of content and volume of messages and requests that come my way. However, every so often I come across a message or a comment on my social media that's really relevant, that I really want to reply back to, that really asks me for a suggestion or requests me to do something, and very often I go ahead and do that just in order to show to people that I genuinely care about them and I do want to add value to their lives. This makes them feel good. This makes them sort of pass on the message about the work you're doing to the world as well, and it's a win-win for everybody involved. Number 8, join groups. A lot of different social media platforms have groups where like-minded people can come together and discuss, share content, talk, and really engage in conversations. Very often I've found that these groups really teach me a lot. Not only can I connect with like-minded people, not only can I learn from some of the best names, the biggest thought leaders in the industry, but I also manage to share my words. I also manage to create personal relations with a lot of people, which I truly, genuinely enjoy. Commenting and talking and interacting with people gives me a lot of pleasure, and groups are a great platform to do that. Number 9, study and analyze. There are always some amazing thought leaders and experts in your field who are doing a wonderful job of creating their personal brand. Study. Analyze what they're doing. Analyze your own insights on whatever social platform you are on. All of these are going to give you a great idea about what you're doing well and where you can improve. Very often, when I'm looking at my own analytics and my own insights, I realize that certain kinds of content do really well at certain times of the day. Certain kinds of content do really well on certain days of the week. So I try and work out, and I always try to optimize my own posting schedule so that I can get the most out of any piece of content that I create and post out there. Number 10, most importantly, have fun. Ultimately, I think of it like this. Yes, social media can be a very serious platform to grow your businesses, to get your word out there, to grow your name, whatever it is. However, because of the wonderful democracy of it, I think it's a great platform to just enjoy yourself, to engage, to have fun. Don't get too pressurized or bogged down by it. It's okay to make mistakes. Everyone does. But remember, the more you can enjoy this platform, the more you can interact with it in the right, fun, light manner that you intend to, it's going to start becoming that much more fulfilling for you. On that note, I'd just like to conclude by saying this. Social media is a great tool. It is a platform that can help you create your personal brand around whatever your niche is. It can also be a great detriment in that it can help you waste oodles and tons of time. The choice really is yours. However, do remember, if you do want to use it to create your personal brand in your niche, Please remember, these tips can be invaluable for you. I wish you all the best on your journey.
Hi, my name is Mel Christie. I'm the founder of Christie Associates. We're a global leadership development company. I'm also an author, speaker, and executive coach. Let me begin by thanking IQI for their confidence and trust. Some of you may recall my being with you earlier this year in our Thriving Beyond Disruption virtual forum. I came away from that with a renewed appreciation for the vision and mission of IQI, and mostly for you. Being a part of your 2021 ADAPT International Convention is indeed an honor. When I think about the hundreds of speakers, I'm truly challenged to offer you something that's useful, valuable, and meaningful. What better way to approach this than to have a conversation with you about you? I chose the topic Leadership for the Emerging Future for two reasons. Firstly, you are a leader. Secondly, your future is unfolding even as we speak. Now, I know there's a global conversation about getting back to normal. People all over the world want to place this global pandemic, economic disruption, and social upheaval behind them. However, both you and I know that there's no going back. Normal, whatever that was, is just that, was. Ordinarily, if I said to you that tomorrow is not yesterday, you would readily agree. Why is it that we're even talking about trying to make tomorrow like yesterday? What we're all facing is better described and appreciated as our emerging future. Now, the best news about this is we don't need to wait for things to become a certain way. They are becoming today. Another perspective is to see that you don't need to wait to become a certain way. You are becoming today. So the natural question is, who are you becoming? We recently conducted a Christie Associates leadership survey. Here are some of the themes that emerged. When asked how important is your personal and professional development, 59% of our respondents said that it was extremely important. When asked, where do you go to currently for your personal and professional development, 41% said public seminars and programs. We also asked, what personal and professional development programs have you attended? 40% said they go to or they went to leadership and management programs. Their primary areas of interest were developing others, building partnerships and networks, and communication. It's satisfying to notice that these leaders see the value in personal and professional development. It's not just an item on their key performance indicators. It's not just a nice to have for their vitae or bios. It is a critical leadership imperative for each of us in our becoming as a leader. I recall a workshop I facilitated years ago in Hong Kong. I noticed that my interpreter stopped talking, and we usually move along at a good in-sync pace. When I asked her what happened, she told me that the verb to be did not translate. When I asked her what she used instead, she told me to become. Ever since then, I have been continuing my becoming education. So let me slow down a little so we can look together. Can we agree that today we are the sum total of all our experiences to date? Can we agree that we have yet to find a way to go back and redo our past? Perhaps then we can begin to appreciate that today is the best opportunity to set our futures in motion. In my book, The 6 C's of Leadership, I describe how the 6 C's complement and develop each other. As you know, as you grow in one area, you practice that area and you expand the others. For example, as you become a more compassionate leader, commitment, contribution, congruence, clarity, and competence will be impacted and expanded. Let me go into this further. I particularly like the quote from the Dalai Lama, breathe in compassion for yourself, breathe out compassion for others. Those of you who are familiar with his work know the connection between the two. I recently, at a global summit, heard Thumpin Jempa speak about the naturalizing of the language of compassion. He made a compelling case for making compassion a part of our everyday life through conscious intention. I came away with the question, how would I act or how would I be different if I bring compassion into the picture? He conveys the Dalai Lama's message about the quality of difference for us and others, as compassion brings us back to our inner strength. Even Daniel Goleman in the very same global summit echoed the call for us to all act now. Begin where you are, begin where you can. I mention these two because this message is becoming a universal message. Faced with the moral problems of yesterday, we can only turn our face to today and begin for our emerging future to be. This is where you as a leader are being called. I speak in my book about improving your ability to lead with power and purpose. It's about expressing your unique leadership characteristics as a gift to the world. As you practice becoming a more compassionate leader, meaning that you expand your ability to think and see, feel and sense, act and do, one of the benefits is that you start to put people before processes and procedures. You're willing to set aside or change outmoded or emotionally dissident rules and regulations for the greater good. This is contribution at work. You may start to see how this touches on your clarity and commitment to action, your congruence as a leader, bringing forward your unique, competent presence. Recently, a CEO shared with me that he saw that part of his responsibilities was to see beyond the pressing daily issues so that he and others could create an environment for people to learn, grow, and thrive. Together with his leadership team, they created a company-wide conversation about how everyone would engage with each other so that their shared vision and mission could become a reality. Obviously, they articulated the action steps needed for this to happen and called forward everyone's commitment to make their best contribution. Their story is one of an ongoing success. They continue to receive industry-wide recognition for their groundbreaking results and contributions. They are continuously awarded for their innovative strategies and stand out as a leader in their field. This is indeed an example of the 6 C's of leadership in action for their emerging future. I feel it's important to be clear about takeaways from our time together. I speak about these leadership characteristics as a call for each of us to practice for our own growth and development as leaders. Only then can we expand our capacity and capability to lead with power and purpose to effectively meet our emerging future. With your permission, I would like to use Christie Associates' vision and mission as an example of what we are all being called to as leaders. As you know, vision contains purpose and envisioned future. So here's ours. We see a world that sustains and thrives. We see communities growing and contributing to each other. We see organizations that give meaning to corporate life. We see families that provide and nurture a sense of belonging. We see leaders being who they are and truly leading. We see you living your potential. We envision the impact of Christie Associates. Our vision and mission has called our company and me personally into action. From our conversation with clients, we now know that they appreciate our ability to innovate, actionize, and catalyze. Our areas of expertise besides executive coaching are moving strategies, building cultures, and aligning people. I call on you to relook at your own vision and mission. Allow yourself to think and see, feel and sense, act and do, so that you bring your own unique leadership forward. What are those leadership characteristics that you want to or need to practice so that you truly become an impactful leader for your emerging future? I want to thank you again for this opportunity. It's my wish that you are taking away something useful, valuable, and meaningful to you and those around you. Those of you who wish to contact us, here's our information. Please stay safe, and I urge you to become a leader of our emerging future.
Hi, good day. My name is Ryan Thompson from Real Estate Brilliance. Big thank you once again for having me speak at ADAPT 2021. I know it's been a very disruptive few years, and we've just got to roll with the punches and move forward as best we possibly can. So big thank you to every single one of you who have turned up to improve yourselves, improve your business, and improve your life. So I'm going to start off with some of the things that are probably most important to me and some of the best things that I ever learned as a entrepreneur, salesperson, manager, and of course a forward thinker. And those are the laws of the universe. Now, the laws of the universe have been around for hundreds and thousands of years. They were passed down from some of the greatest minds of our times, of course being Socrates, Aristotle. You've got Plato, and the list goes on and on. They devised these laws of the universe, which are able to use and adapt in everyday life to help you have the most wonderful life and, of course, achieve everything that you've ever wanted to, or even achieve anything that you didn't even expect that you possibly could. And I'm going to start off with the law of correspondence, because I think the law of correspondence is a very important law, and it starts with as within, so without. And what that means is that your internal life, whatever's happening inside you, is a mirror image of what's happening in your outer world. So if you find your outer world absolutely chaotic and you just seem to attract negativity, it means that your internal world inside you, okay, you may have some things that you need to work on, okay? And the way you do that is by picking up books and reading about emotional intelligence, reading about habits and behaviors, and learning how to focus on yourself, and of course make sure that your inner world is a lot more tidy and a lot more easy to process. And what you'll find is your outer world, okay, will become a lot less chaotic, a bit more orderly, a bit more organized, and a bit more positive and focused. So it's a very, very important law. I'm starting with this one because, you know, if you want change in your life, if you want to be successful, if you want to move forward in life, you know, it's not the outside that is usually the changes that need to be made. It's the inside. And from there on, I'm going to move to another very, very important law, which is the law of control. And the law of control basically states that you will feel positive to the degree that you feel like you're in control of your life. So it's a really, really important aspect to understand that each and every one of us living beings or human beings are in control of everything and everything that happens to us simply by the way that we think. So if you are thinking positively, you will act accordingly and bring positivity into your life. And of course, there is an alternative way of thinking, which is the law, of course, of accident, which is the opposite to the law of control, where people feel like everything around them and their lives are out of control, and they feel negative because they feel like everything is out of their control and everything happens by accident. The reality, folks, is nothing happens by accident. We're in a very orderly universe, and the thing about being in control is that you, as a human being, have the control to control everything simply by the way that you think. So this is another very important part that I want to share with you folks, and that is, of course, that emotions, okay, are caused by thoughts. Emotions are not real, okay? They are caused by thoughts. So if you're thinking of something that's scary, you're going to feel nervous and you're going to feel tension and you're going to feel sometimes a little bit queasy because you're thinking of something that's possibly going to bring harm to you. Okay, if you're thinking about a cuddly toy or perhaps a puppy or a child, a baby, you're going to feel warm and fuzzy and you feel great about that, and that's going to cause your actions to be more positive. Okay, so thoughts control your emotions and emotions control your actions. So how you feel controls what you do, and then what you do and controls, of course, your outcomes. So I'm going to say that again because it's so important that thoughts, everything you think about, controls the way you feel, and the way that you feel will control what you do about it and the actions that you take in your business, in your life, in your relationships. Okay, and your actions will then determine your outcomes. So the law of control and, of course, opposite the law of accident are very, very powerful laws. And if you can get a handle on the way that you think, you can literally change everything and bring everything and anything into your life that you choose simply by changing the way that you think. So this is a very, very important law. I'm going to talk to you about the law of cause and effect as well, because that ties in beautifully with the law of control and, of course, the law of accident and, of course, the law of correspondence, which I mentioned very first. And the law of cause and effect basically states that, everything in life, okay, comes from a cause, and there's an effect of that. A very simple explanation to this is if you do something, okay, you are going to get something. So the doing is the cause, and the effect is the getting something. So we call this the law of cause and effect. However, a lot of people that I work with, and of course a lot of people that I come across, feel that nothing good happens to them, or they don't find success and happiness and enlightenment in the world and in life. It's because they're not doing anything. So inaction or not doing anything also has consequences with regards to the cause and effect, because if you do nothing, of course, the effect is or the result is that you will get nothing as well. So it is twofold as well. Everything has a positive and everything has a negative. So of course, the law of cause and effect. So what does this mean? What do we have to do? So if you're in a sales type of business, you need to make more phone calls. You need to get more relationships. You need to do more follow-ups. You need to have more marketing. If you're in a technical position, you need to do more study. You need to put in more hours. You need to write more code, or whatever it is that you do. If you're in management, you need to have more structure. You need to have more, it's all about the doing. Okay. Now with the doing comes challenges, of course, and it's being able to overcome those challenges that get you to the next stage. We call that challenge and response. So we respond to challenges, and it depends on how good you respond to the challenges that will determine your outcomes and your successes, and of course how much you advance and move forward in your life and of course in your business. Another one I want to share with you, and again, it's probably one of the main ones that that I like to talk about, and that is, of course, the law of belief. And the law of belief states that anything that you believe with emotion, with feeling, okay, with energy, will become your self-fulfilling prophecy. Now think about that for a minute. What you believe with emotion becomes your reality. Now this has quite a large connotation if we think about it, because of course there's many different cultures, there's many different creeds, there's many different religions, and who's to say that one of those are better or different than the other? Because it's what you believe that becomes your reality. And of course, so we need to be, very mindful about what we believe. So you want to believe in things that are going to add to your life. You're going to want to believe in things that, that help you and that are positive and that, obviously contribute to the well-being and of course, add to your business, your relationships and your life. What's the alternative? Of course, to believe that things don't work and don't follow through. Well, unfortunately, then that will be your reality. So the law of belief is a biggie. It's one that you really, really, should, accept and realize that belief, whatever you believe with emotion and feeling, becomes your self-fulfilling prophecy, becomes your reality. So believe in things that are going to add to your life and that are going to help you and be good for you. And then it certainly will. I'm going to share a couple more with you, and then I'm probably going to run out of time. And but again, big thank you for everybody. I just love sharing the stuff. I learned the stuff myself 20 years ago when I had problems in my life and I was struggling to find a path that was going to put me in the right direction. And I have children and a family, and I wanted them to have a great future. So I submerged myself in study and finding the path, and I'm very proud to say over the last 20 years I've had a fantastic life, and it just keeps getting better and better because of these laws of the universe and because of my study and because of my moving forward with my thinking and of course my actions as well, which are just amazing. So the next one, of course, is the second last one I'm going to talk to you about is the law of attraction. You've heard it all before, folks. So you will attract everything in your life, okay, that is dominant to your thoughts and of course your beliefs, as I mentioned before. So the law of attraction means very simply that you become what you think about most of the time. You receive what you think about most of the time, and of course you also will be what you want to be about what you think about most of the time. So the law of attraction is an unlimited, unbelievable, beautiful law that simply states that whatever you want in life, you've got to think about it ongoing, and never stop thinking about the things that you want. There is no limit to this. Think about it all the time. study it, read it, talk about it. Whatever you want, you can have. That's the most amazing thing. Whatever you want in life, you can have. All you need to do is think about it, submerge yourself, listen to it, watch it and follow it. And it is the most amazing, amazing law, the law of attraction. I'm going to finish off with one last law, folks, and that is, of course, the law of responsibility. And this is probably one of the ones that are hardest to understand for most people, because it is a reasonably scary law. And the law of responsibility is one of the governing rules of all the laws, okay? And that is that you are responsible for everything that happens to you now and forever. And you should take 100% responsibility for everything you think about, every action you take, every behavior that you have, and everything that you want in life, and everything that happens to you. If you take full responsibility for everything that happens to you, regardless of whose fault it is, okay, that gives you the control, okay, to be able to move forward with your life. Okay, with that comes the alternative to taking responsibility, of course, is to blame others for what happens to you, regardless of how severe and how traumatic. If we start blaming others for things that have happened to us, we're giving them the power, and we're giving away the control, which is something that you really, really want to hold on to. So keep the control, take full responsibility for everything in your life, everything that you want in your life, your thoughts, your behaviors, and watch the magic roll in. A huge thank you, folks. I hope I haven't taken up too much of your time. Have a fantastic seminar, webinar, and I'm just blessed to have been able to speak to you guys, and I really wish you all the very, very best, and be very thankful for everything you have. Take full responsibility, and always think positively about what you want in life. I'm Ryan Thompson from Real Estate Brilliance and Goals International, which is another one of my companies, and I want to say thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the seminar, webinar, and hope to see you next time. See you later. Cheers.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Fikri Rizal bin Marudin. I'm the Business Development and Marketing Manager in Munton, taking charge of the Singaporean and also the Malaysian market. A little bit of introduction about myself and how I got myself into esports. Initially, I started my career in Red Bull. I started really, really young, working. I was already working while I was still studying. I was a student brand manager at Red Bull. And then surprisingly did pretty well in Red Bull, won Mr. Red Bull, and then won a free trip to South Africa, to Cape Town. So it was really fun. It's really an eye-opening, because I came from a UiTM background. Like most of us, like everyone who's studying in UiTM are all Bumi Putras. So being in Red Bull, it actually teaches me, exposed me to a lot of culture, and being sent to South Africa, going there alone from Malaysia. I think it just opens up my eyes, and there's a lot of potential outside of like my own comfort zone. And then I continued working in Red Bull for my internship, and then I continued as a sports and event consultant. Had really great time working with Red Bull, a lot of exposure, and then after that, I joined an advertising agency called Mullen Low, or Low and Partners. I did like client servicing in that particular agency just for a couple of months, really. But I believe that working in that particular agency is the the thing that actually like increase my strength in work, right? Because you trust me, like working in an advertising agency is a different ballgame. It's basically it can provide you a lot of stress, but at the same time, it's a good learning experience because I was just from like Red Bull, like very fun, hip, and a lot of like entertainment. Then moving to a creative agency, so it's a different type of ball game. Then after that, managed to get an opportunity to go into Garena. Garena is a game publisher, and now it's under the C Group together with Shopee. So I worked there initially as a game operations. The game title that I managed was FIFA Online 3. It was okay, like it was a very good experience during game operations, but I realized that in esports and gaming industry in Malaysia, especially, and there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of things that we could do, especially when we are working in a football game. A lot of partnerships we could do with football clubs, with the league owners like MFL. So I did that. We did like a partnership with JDT, where we a deep not to say like a deep collaboration, but a very good collaboration with JDT. We do some brandings with JDT, some giveaways with JDT, and then we also partner up with MFL. We're planning on a lot of stuff with MFL, but and then I received an opportunity in Media Prima because when I was still working in Garena, one of the partners that I actually work with very closely is Media Prima. We did an event called Gagaria together, which is a fantastic event. It's targeted for the youth and the younger generation. So being Media Prima, all of the events that Media Prima had, usually like Carnival Jom Hebo, it's all targeted toward the mass, not so much the youth, like urban scapes or good vibes kind of feel. So Gagaria was that, and we had like one section in Gagaria for esports and also like gaming. So me back then was when I was working in Garena, we activated that. Out of like 50,000 people who attended Gagaria, Gagaria, on the other hand, it was held in 8 different locations in Malaysia. So out of like 50,000 people who attended Gagaria, about like safe to say 70% of them were really attracted to like this gaming and esports section. And do note that Gagaria was held in a different location, right? So I think that actually sparks up like a little bit of like more curiosity on my end, like like this usually esports in Malaysia are really targeted towards the urban area, not so much on the rural or suburban areas. So then got my interest, got myself into Media Prima, launched a couple of IP in Media Prima, continued work in Media Prima as a esports producer, basically like the product owner of this esports in Media Prima. We launched Kejohanan Isukan Campus. The main goal for Kejohanan Isukan Campus, which is a campus event, what we wanted to do was we basically wanted to reach out to more suburban area, and the best way for us to penetrate to this market is via students, because students will have a higher value when they talk to their parents because they are educated. So that's what we wanted to do. It was successful. We had plenty of sponsors basically and open up a lot of eyes, especially when it comes to like lecturers and teachers and even parents. One story is that this one lecturer, initially when we wanted to close down one particular venue, he mentioned to me like, I don't trust gaming and esports, because gaming and esports is somewhat like a gamble. There's a lot of negative perception towards esports back then when I was doing Kejohanan Isukan Campus. But when he attended the event, he realized that there's so much opportunity. So it is empowering the youth interest. And then while I was working in Media Prima as well, we launched Squad Up, which is in partnership with YouTube. And then now I'm back in the like gaming publisher or game developer ring, and I'm currently representing Moonton. So just want to explain to you a little bit more why I decided to join Moonton. It's because when I was from Garena, I realized that there was a lot of opportunity for me to really learn and tap into the mass general audiences. So that's why I joined Media Prima. But when I was at Media Prima, because Media Prima doesn't own any game, so I realized there's a lot of challenge, when you want to close sponsors, when you want to close brands. So when I have this opportunity to join Moonton again, so I decided, and this is a great opportunity for me. So just want to explain to you about Moonton. So Moonton actually was founded in 2014 in Shanghai. The core business of Moonton is in-house mobile game development and publishing. And our vision is to be the #1 mobile gaming company and esports like in the world. Our mission is also to provide the best mobile game experience to players all over the world. Right. So we actually offer a lot of variety games. Initially, we have this game called Magic Rush, which is a tower defense RPG game, and it was launched in 2015. And then our founders realized that there's a lot of opportunity in the MOBA space, especially in Southeast Asia. So MOBA, the general multiplayer online battle arena, is really big in the US and really big in Europe. But why aren't people playing so much in the South Asia is because like people in Europe, they own like PC, but people in South Asia, we are the followers. So we own a mobile phone more than we own a PC. So like our founders developed like this, our company developed Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and it was a hit. And it is currently the top game in Malaysia, the top game in Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippines. And then after that, we also launched like the continuation of our IP, which is Mobile Legends Adventure. A little bit more about like Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We have more than 100 million monthly active users in the world. We are all over like 150 countries. And one of the main reason why our game is quite successful is because we are super hyper localized, like we are hyper local. Just want to give you an example. In Malaysia, our game, we have a character called Badang, which is synonym to the Malaysian. It's basically a Malaysian warrior, right? So with this particular localization, with characters, with skins, even with how we communicated with our audience, I think that is one of the main reasons why we can still continue doing what we are doing right now in Moonton and continuing to expand our esports ecosystem. Right. So as the game grows in Southeast Asia and also all over the world, the esports ecosystem grows as well. So the function of esports ecosystem is to really to have like a professional environment of players, of Mobile Legends players. And apart from that, it's also like a sustenance mechanism for us to ensure that whoever plays Mobile Legends, they have a chance to play competitively, and this is one of the key sustenance model that we have for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So initially, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League. So we launched a Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League, right? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League was initially launched in Malaysia back in 2017. It was a combination between Malaysia and Singapore. Then we realized that this IP is so successful in Malaysia and Singapore. So we launched within 6 months in 2017, we launched MPL Indonesia, we launched MPL Philippines, and then we launched MPL Myanmar. Right. So after that, we also have the international level, Southeast Asia level, which is like Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. And then we also have the international level for the whole world, which is M3, M1, M series basically. M3 is going to be held end of this year in December, from the 6th to 19th of December. So if you guys are free, please do like watch and support your local team. Yeah, so that is the whole esports ecosystem, and because we still think that there's a lot of room and opportunity for us to grow. We recently launched MPL Cambodia as well, and we also launched MPL Brazil. And we have just finished our Liga Latam, which is the Latin America League. So we are still continuing to grow and learning and ensuring that our audience receive what they deserve to receive. Just sharing you a little bit more on like on the esports level. Community is something that is invaluable and very important to us, like listening to our fans, ensuring that our fans become like a part of us and a part of our community. The reason why a community is important is so that we could listen to their feedback, to ensure that we stay relevant in the market for the next couple of years, or even like right now, because we realize that in this current world, in this digital space especially, changes can happen within a day, right? So in order for us to keep track on that particular changes is that we always listen to our community. We always ensure that what we showcase like whatever that our community wants, whatever that our friends wants. So that is how we can ensure that we sustain as well. Apart from that, when it comes to like growing the numbers, I can speak for MPL Malaysia. So just to give an example, we MPL Malaysia, we just concluded season 8. So MPL Malaysia season 7 received about 120 plus or 100, yeah, apologies on that, like, but it's about like 120,000 peak concurrent viewers, meaning people watching the tournament at the same time. But in season 8, we managed to increase it to 135,000. So like our numbers are growing. So the main reason why I feel that it's growing is because we do not just tap into the audience's main interest, which is gaming, but we also realize that these audience, these gamers, they have sub-interests as well. So that is why partnerships and also sponsorship is important to us. So we work with brands and we work with partners to ensure that we deliver a message to the gamers, especially, or even to general mass audience, to tap into their interest so that they can watch and drive their attention to MPL Malaysia or like our esports ecosystem. So just to give you an example, as a gamer, you would potentially like to eat fast food. And as a gamer, as a male gamer, you would potentially use deodorant. So in MPL Malaysia, we work with some of our partners were in season 7 was McDonald's and season 8 was KFC. So we work with these partners to ensure that, you know, they are not just typically slapping their logo inside like our esports tournament, but they are also working together with us to reach to this particular audience. So the thing that we did with McDonald's was there was an LTO, limited time offer, where for each and every purchase, they could receive 6 pieces donuts. So then it's a win-win situation for the brand and also for us. We could leverage on the brand's promotion to tap into the sub-interest, and then the brands could actually, you know, like receive and attract like our audiences to go to their platform and purchase to basically reach the top of mind. So what we did with KFC is something that is similar. We did like a lot of LTO. We did 3 different series of LTO with KFCs, and then we had Rexona, right? So one of the cool things that we did with Rexona was this MPL Malaysia X Rexona product. So Rexona had a special case for that for their product, and it's sold in offline stores all across Malaysia. So I think that is pretty awesome because most of us, when we are trying to reach out to our audience, we only think about digital. So it's basically expanding the branding of MPL Malaysia, expanding the branding of MLBB to ensure that, you know, like if you go to the game, of course, you will see like our game. If you go digital, social media, and you reach out to social media, you also will see our game and also will see our esports tournament. But now when you go offline, when you go to stores, you could also like see our game. So that is how we could potentially increase the numbers of viewership and the number of fans that we have. Apart from that, also like trying to stay relevant for us, some key learnings that we have is basically, again, to really listen to our community. So we realized that in Malaysia, especially dramas, gossips is really important. I think the same goes to like all the other sports and all the other esports tournaments. For example, you know, like Michael Jordan, he is not where he is because he is only good, right? Like Cristiano Ronaldo, he's not where he is because he's only good, but it's also the story that he tells, the story that the media tells about this particular personality, like how they work hard, you know, like how Michael Jordan grew a certain amount of inches within a couple of months, you know. So like those kind of stories actually relates back. So that is something that we do as well in our esports tournament. We try to create stories in our esports tournament. It's basically to ensure that our fans are not engaged with us just because of the quality of the gameplay, but they are also engaged with us to know more about the players, you know, to go deeper and to understand the players deeper and to understand like the gossips and the happening that is surrounding that particular league. Yeah. So that is it for like our esports tournament. I think generally as a key learning if for brands and for anyone who really want to enter like this space is to really understand and to understand what do gamers like, right? That's the first and foremost important thing, and also to find a right partner. Work with a partner that could potentially like advise you and help you out when it comes to like strategy in engaging with any particular engaging with the audiences, and also trying to leverage on each other. That's the most important thing. Like you do know that there are a lot of benefits that you could do in working with a game, with working in esports tournament or working together with a game developer. And it's just again finding the right partner for you to work with. I think apart from that, generally that's about it. Another thing that I hope to share with everyone here is that do look forward for 2022 for the Mobile Legends esports, especially. We have a lot of things that is coming out in 2022. Again, MPL is going to be there for Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Brazil. Who might know, right? We might have some surprise to release a few more Mobile Legends Professional League in the next upcoming year. Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup potentially is still going to be here. M4, which is the World Cup, is potentially still going to be there in 2022. And yeah, if you, of course, if you're interested to reach out to us, feel free to reach out to me. My email is fikririzal@moonton.com. And you can always email me and we can always touch base on that. Yeah, so that's it from me. Thank you so much for listening.
Hey guys, are you interested to win some amazing prizes? Because in today's session, we are giving out some lucky draw prizes. And all you have to do is scan the QR code and submit your answer. So for the first question, which one of the following industries is Exim Group a part of? Food and beverage, property development, technology, or transport? So remember, scan the QR code, submit your answer, and you stand a chance to be our lucky draw winner. Hello everyone, I hope you have enjoyed the session so far, and I hope you guys have been soaking up all this amazing knowledge and information. But we are now going to go for a break. Not to worry, there's more to come right after, so I guess I'll see you after the break.
10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人。让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you.
I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, day in and day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, day in and day out, and accumulatively like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到赚2万块是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到学习是你的舒适圈，后来你发现到过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UI IQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
Terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you.
I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈。后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UIQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They are also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you are keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台，让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Welcome back. It's me again, John, your host for the ADAPT International Convention 2021. I hope you guys had a very good break because right now what I need you guys to do is to turn up the gears because we are going to resume our journey of empowerment. Are you ready? Let's go. Hello. You know what to do if you want to win this prize. Scan the QR code and submit your answer. So, the question is, what did Mark Zuckerberg rebrand Facebook as? Good luck, and I'll see you on the next one.
My name is Olaiton Sharif, a public health professional and an Hemani expert and a personal development trainer. I'm a co-founder at Child Development Initiative Nigeria, an organization where we focus on imbibing technical and soft skills in young adults. We believe that by improving the educational and personal development of young adults growing up in difficult circumstances, we can create a more productive community and we can change the narratives for an African child. I'm going to be talking about soft skills. So what are soft skills? Soft skills are character traits or individual attributes that enable someone to interact effectively and harmoniously with others. Let's say, school that essentially have the same goal. We are in digital age. The last decade, a lot of technological advancements have been made. We would have thought that we will be able to have 290 speakers, speaks virtually in 2000. Despite all these advancements, despite all these technologies, we can now emphasize how important positive human attributes has essentially given room for technological advancement. Employers across many countries, employers across many nations of the world have noted that it is in various research and various applications the future of the workforce needs a set of professional skills, national long-term careers. Skills such as work ethic, morale, communication skills, collaboration and teamwork skills, critical thinking, problem solving, flexibility, and emotional intelligence. Very likely, the ability to communicate one's opinion or solution to a common problem is very crucial. The recent pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has basically taught many countries of the world on the need to communicate better, on the need to share solutions and fight a common enemy, because we all know that we are not saved until our neighbor is saved. In a tech revolution world and an era where many jobs can be done remotely, it is important to have these skills and attributes in order to collectively solve the many challenges of the world. Let's take a close look at each of these skills. Communication skill. There are two parts of verbal communication: listening and speaking. An IT professional needs to be able to actively listen to the need of others in order to formulate the proper solution to a problem. They also need to be able to convey details of a problem and or solution to both technical and non-technical audiences. Doing so will help make them more approachable, will help build rapport with others in the team. A gap in communication skill in your team is a big deal, and if not addressed, it can make all your IT skill and hard work seem irrelevant. Collaboration skill. I'm not an expert in coding. I'm not an expert in web development. But in my experience working closely with developers, I understand that whether developers are leveraging on open source code or working with team members on a deliverable, it is necessary and very important that they are open to collaborating and understand the efficiencies that collaboration creates in an organization. A lone wolf usually don't go far, they say. Collaborative work usually means knowing there are times you could be wrong. There are times you need to take a step back and take the passenger seat. And there are times you need to take a lead and be the one in charge. Critical thinking and problem-solving skill is also a very essential ability to think in an organized and rational manner in order to understand connections between ideas and facts and be able to present technical solutions after carefully considering possible scenarios. Emotional intelligence. I personally consider emotional intelligence a very important skill in this modern era. It is the ability to analyze, the ability to use and manage your own emotions in positive ways, to manage stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, and overcome challenges and diffuse conflicts, even when it arises. Sometimes working with people could be rough and not quite easy. We all are humans. But your ability to remain calm and in difficult situations and circumstances and be able to make the right decision when required is a great soft skill to have. Flexibility. With technological always advancing in this modern era, IT employees and IT companies organizations need to adapt ASAP as they are working through projects and new technologies or issues are uncovered. It is important that your team is adaptive and innovative to stay up to date as new technology emerges. One of the methods we adopt in our organization in order to promote soft skills among young adults is mentorship and peer-to-peer mentoring. These methods always allow students to learn from different mentors. It allows them to share ideas and new things that they have learned from mentors and new ideas they'll be able to share together among one another and be able to provide solutions to their immediate needs. I believe these can be adopted in different starters. This can be adopted in different scenarios and different places. But essentially, it's about giving soft skills to people, both young adults, both working class citizens, and to be able to deliver solutions. I believe that soft skills can be adopted in e-socialization in order to ensure productivity in workplace environment. I believe that teams can work better and faster if schools, companies, organizations can adopt soft skills training using technological model, as the case may be. I believe promoting soft skills culture in our workforce and society can go a long way in improving innovation and creativity in the global stage. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, IQI, for inviting me to present. Today I'm going to talk about moving towards the next technology frontier. So my name is Waihan. I'm from Juristech. If you do not know who we are a leading Malaysian-based fintech software company. We specialize in enterprise class software solutions for banks, financial institutions, and telcos. So a bit of a history about us is that we were started in 1997. We have around 300 plus employees. We are serving more than 50 banking and financial institutions, and we have around 3,000 law firms that we are in 7 countries using our software. We don't have 3,000 law firms. Okay. So very quickly, we also acquired a company called iMoney because the reason is we are providing personal finance software to the banks, and we ourselves want to be able to provide the leads to these banks and truly revolutionize the financial industry. So here, that's the reason I want to talk about the fintech landscape evolution. So there is, I would say, now you talk about IR 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. There are also 3 ages of fintech. So what are these ages? Fintech 1 is when we are building the infrastructure. This stage involves building infrastructure that supports globalized financial services. And at that time, the word fintech has not even been coined yet. So for those who are old enough, I mean, I don't think most of us are, but you remember those jumbo-sized computers called mainframes? Those are in the 1960s. But in fintech 1.0, if you see the scene from the banks in the early 1900s, right? Even some of us will remember, if we want to find out how much is in our savings account, we want to withdraw money and all that, we actually use a technology called a book. You have to go there and get it printed out and get your recordings. So that is actually how far we have progressed. But the globalization really happened when we saw the first transatlantic cable from Canada to Scotland in 1886, and which enabled telegraphic transfer of funds, okay, across the oceans even. So fintech 2.0, instead of talking about building infrastructure, we're talking about digitization. And this is the start of the phase that's characterized by switch from analog to digital. So the biggest, I would say, contribution to this digitization, I would say, is that when you don't even have to go to a branch, you can withdraw money from an ATM machine. And that was a huge paradigm shift, I would say, for us. Okay, so, and obviously, you look at the fintech 2.0, is characterized by a lot of interesting events. In the 1960s, you see NASDAQ having the first stock exchange board. And then in 1990s, we saw PayPal emerging, in which we can talk about online payment and remittances. Okay, so what is the third age of fintech then? We see the fintech regulation, is the era of opening up a regulation to include numerous fintech players to join the market. As you know, that the financial services industry is a heavily regulated industry. Okay, so what happened is the 2008 financial crisis caused a lot of things to happen. And one of them, of course, there were lack of trust in the banks. And after that, the regulations actually opened up to include more market players. In 2009, we saw the rise of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, and the smartphone adoption actually went through the roof. And of course, 2010s, we saw the start of a lot of startups, and we call it the startup era. And overseas, I would say, not just in, I would say Malaysia, but in Europe, in US, and other parts of the world, we see this phenomenon called open banking, in which banks actually have to open up and provide information to startups and other players. That's where a lot of neo and digital banks actually started in a lot of these countries. Okay, so that's a bit of history in terms of fintech 1 to 3. Then what happened is pandemic happened, and that's in 2020, and a tectonic shift happened. So what did the pandemic do to us? There is a shift from, I would say, acceleration of convergence of digital and physical space. So what does that mean? You know that e-commerce, right? All of us know that e-commerce increased. But if you want to look at the figures, right, it's staggering. In US e-commerce penetration, right, the percentage of sales, I would say in 10 years, we actually increased like close to like 9 point something 10%. But this 10 years acceleration was equivalent to 8 years because 8 weeks because of the pandemic. So US e-commerce penetration saw a steep increase in just 8 weeks when COVID-19 hit us globally. Then of course like remote learning and I won't be talking about this due to time, but if you look at online entertainment, right? Netflix took 17 years to actually reach a certain stage, 50 million subscribers. But at the same time, Disney Plus started during the pandemic and only took 5 months to reach the number of subscribers that Netflix reached. So you do see that a lot of interesting phenomenon is happening because of the pandemic. That's why how do we reposition ourselves in this post-pandemic era? I would say that there is 3 ways that industries are responding. First, of course, the response stage, then the recovery stage, and then of course we talk about the renewal stage. Okay, so what does this response stage mean? The lockdown puts all the enterprises into response, and then the reopening moves all the enterprises into the recovery phase. And then now we see something called a renew, which is a new normal. Okay, so if I explain in terms of events that all of us remember, you can see in the response phase, there was immediate negative impacts to airlines. They were grounded. 80% of the planes were grounded. People that were in tourism, hotel industry, even some of this F&B, you can see, that 80% deceleration in terms of business. And in terms of positive impacts, online grocery and delivery, increased exponentially. In the recover phase, that's when we see that the reopening of society, but it did not occur as a single event because sometimes they reopen and then followed by another lockdown. So it's actually quite chaotic as well. And there's constantly changing financial and trade landscape, but people were learning at the time. So renewal phase is when we see this, what we call a new normal. And this new normal, right, is very different from what we have seen in the past because now everyone has acquired these digital capabilities, and these digital capabilities need to be part of your interactions and your operations. So if you look at this, I'll give you something called that's quite interesting. It's called the Great Resignation. A lot of companies are facing that, and it is also in response to a pandemic. Why do I say that? Do you see that a lot of industries, when they faced the pandemic, and let's say you think that there will be a reduction in your business or you need to retire certain parts of your business, right? Some of them will say, okay, I'm going to lay off people. I'm going to just retire some of my guys. But then when they see that, during the reopening and they needed people, they will start to ramp up their hiring. And that's when other industries also impacted because why are suddenly so many people actually requiring my staff? So it depends on how you want to respond, whether you want to reinvent yourself, rescale, or you want to reduce or retire. Okay, so what are the post-pandemic fintech trends? I would say there are 3 that I really want to talk about. One of them is AI and machine learning. Secondly is blockchain. Third is product centricity to service centricity. So let's start with AI first. You can see in terms of AI, right, and even blockchain, it's very interesting in terms of fintech 3.5. In terms of finance, there's this thing called decentralized finance that we will be able to see. It means that you can actually create applications that doesn't require banks to be intermediaries. So this will definitely disrupt the banking industry. Of course, then in Malaysia, there will be 5 digital banking players that will be announced very soon. So these are the people that will serve the underserved market. Again, that will be a huge change to the industry as well. Something that's very interesting now that's very popular is called non-fungible tokens. What NFTs are is, I'll give you one example. I think the founder and CEO of Twitter actually went and autographed his first tweet and he managed to sell it for $2.9 million US. So it's creating value using blockchain technology. So that's NFTs for you. So there's so many things that's actually happening in terms of all these industries. And I would say the rise of AI and machine learning will actually change the way we view our world. People will use AI and machine learning for credit risk, to have conversations. Instead of conversing with humans, you'll be conversing with a chatbot. and decision making will be accelerated, and we can actually even help insurance claims faster. Now if there's an accident, basically the image of the accident itself can determine whether how much you can claim and things like that without actually involving adjusters, etc. Okay, so what type of data that we need to talk about if you want to have AI? A lot of times people are talking alternative data. Do we have social media data? Do we have smartphone data? And other type of data. But a lot of organizations don't know that we already have a lot of this data in the organization. It is like the iceberg, right? The value of the data that's below the iceberg can actually tell you a lot of things, including transaction information, real-time information. I'll give you one example. When we talk about credit data, that means whether you should give a loan to someone. People are always talking about, oh, what type of credit card do you have? Do you have auto loan, etc.? Are you a bankrupt? But guess what? Especially in the real estate industry, there's a lot of things that you can actually get. For example, rental payments will actually indicate how well this person actually will pay his loan. There's asset ownership, utility payments. So there's so much information that can be utilized that has not been harnessed yet. Okay, so in terms of blockchain, right? For those of you who do not know what is blockchain, I think you probably know what is cryptocurrency. So blockchain is the underlying technology that powers this cryptocurrency. But the power of the blockchain, right, is really that using blockchain, you can remove the trust that you're currently having in banks. Okay, what does that mean? If I have a lot of money, right, where do I put the money in? Of course, I won't put it under my pillow. I'll actually put it at the bank, correct? So because I trust the bank. But with blockchain technology, you can actually put your money in the technology itself because the trust is in the technology. And it's peer-to-peer. If I deposit money, I take out money, or whatever it is that I do, all this is actually recorded and is immutable, means that it cannot be changed, and I can distrust this technology. And that's what's happening with blockchain. So if you look at what might happen in the world, there's China actually came out with digital yuan. That's actually using a blockchain technology, but it's different from your cryptocurrency. What happens is, if this central bank digital currency happens, the banks will also be disrupted. Okay, the reason is because now all of us might have a wallet, and who is the one that when we deposit money, it will be with our central bank. And because of that, instead of now lending money, depositing money into the banks, banks might have to change from becoming depositors to becoming the lender, and focus more on lending activity. So there's so many things that's going to happen in the world that's going to change. And I think all of us know what happened to Facebook. They decided to call themselves Meta. Okay, so for those of you who do not know what is metaverse, basically what Mark Zuckerberg says, the future of internet will actually be metaverses. So those of us who play a lot of games, Roblox, SimCity, Minecraft, etc. So these games, right, are actually full of avatars, virtual lands, and virtual worlds that we create. So what Mark Zuckerberg says is that I believe metaverse is the next chapter for the internet, and that is the next chapter of our company too. And that's where I wanted to talk about NFTs. Remember when I was talking about the CEO of Twitter selling his first tweet for $2.9 million US? So with NFTs, right, you can then create tokens or things that's of value and actually sell it. So in future, if we're in this metaverse, we can create our own virtual lands. Maybe you can create a hairstyle, clothes, or and people can put value to this. And some of these tokens you can actually attach to physical assets as well. Okay, but in future, all these digital art NFTs, along with AI, they can probably converse with you and things like that. So the whole world and looking at ownership rights of what we have can all be tokenized, and it will actually completely change how we will actually perceive value in future as well. Okay, so FinTech 3.5, right? We will see also that from product centricity to service centricity. What does that mean? Now if I go to a bank, they'll ask me, do you want a credit card? Do you want a personal loan? But instead of that, what if the bank knows who I am and they will compose the products based on my preferences, and not only based on the life stage that I'm in, based on all the information they have about me? What if it is a Netflix experience or an Amazon experience where I go in and they already know who I am and they know what to offer me? These examples of embedded finance as well, where financial products can be embedded in the services. Give you an example. For example, and even a real estate company, we can actually provide debit cards that is branded to our customers. And with that, we know all the information about the customer, what they spend on and all that, and we can actually decide what are the additional products that we can compose and give to them based on their needs. So that's what we mean by auto-adapting and auto-composing financial services product. So that's when we bring the Netflix experience to everything that we are doing. Okay, so I'm going to just end this session to go and say what is JurisTech's core purpose. We always say great, amazing solutions to build and enrich lives. So what do? We bring to the forefront of innovation certain things like digital onboarding platform. How do you engage a customer, give out a loan within minutes? And we also bring AI to the forefront. So the AI is very, very complex. When you talk about AI, you need to have data science ops, core data scientists, data engineers, IT architects, and business people who say this is what I want from AI. But so what happens is that there is this wall of confusion that does not enable us to deploy and create AI use cases easily. That's where we come in and actually help you to automate. We take away all the complexity and just say, as long as you have the data and you want to make some predictions, Minecraft can do it. So basically what we do is empower businesses to actually utilize this technology to transform to the next stage, of innovation. So what do you need to do to move towards the next technology frontier? I'm going to end with this thought. Okay, number one is that, and transform or risk being irrelevant in the future. The reason why I talk about all these technology trends, you can see that technology is moving so fast, businesses and landscape is moving so fast that if we don't transform, we risk becoming irrelevant. So we need to be at the center of this. So with that, I end my presentation. If you're interested or have any queries, you can always reach out to me via this QR code. Thank you so much for your time.
Technology is disrupting the way real estate has worked until now. Hence, if you're looking to join the bandwagon of real estate technology or looking forward to empowering your real estate business with technology, you've come to the right place. Hi, my name is Yusuf Iqbal, Country Head, Chawai IQI Canada. Today, I'll be sharing about how technology has impacted and will continue to impact real estate industry and the future trends in the coming years. Top realtors stay on top of technology. The real estate industry is uniquely positioned to continue to benefit from data and technology. Last few years have taught us that data has been and will continue to be an integral part of an ongoing transformation of both residential and commercial real estate. COVID-19 has damaged several businesses around the world. However, the real estate industry is still booming. Real estate technology is also advancing faster than ever before. Between the years 2015 and 2019, real estate technology has grown by 1,072%. A report suggests that in 2018, 8.3 billion US dollar was invested in real estate technology. This amount is only projected to grow further. So the question comes in, what will be the potential changes after COVID-19? According to a recent survey done, there will be a demand of more than 6.4 million new households by 2025. This demand will be created to accommodate the newest generation of buyers. It is believed that the new generation of buyers, that is millennials, will push new housing trends and digital demands in real estate. This is because millennials are more comfortable with real estate tech than the previous generation. The survey suggested and the study revealed that at least 40% of millennials are comfortable purchasing a home online and 59% are confident in making an offer on a home after a digital tour. 80% of the millennials wanted to see a 3D virtual tours and interactive floor plans when looking for a new home. The newly embraced digital tools and technologies built around it make home shopping safer and quicker. Homes with 3D tours were saved as favorites, 32%, more views than those without them. Naturally, virtual tours grew up by 147% in 2020 and 2021. So how is technology changing the real estate industry? With the introduction of emerging technologies in real estate, the overall industry has changed. The requests are processed more quickly. It takes less time and effort to communicate with tenants and landlords. The feature that apps and platforms provide are multiple and they cover different requests. PropTech. While PropTech isn't a specific technology, it's an essential term to know if you want to stay current in the field. Like how FinTech describes the technology used within financial services industry, PropTech, property technology, refers to the application of technology within the real estate industry. It's the digital innovation that aids individuals in buying, selling, researching, and managing properties. Although real estate industry was slow to climb on technology bandwagon, PropTech is now moving full speed ahead. In the first half of 2019, venture capitalists invested $12.9 billion in real estate tech startups. Now talking about a little bit about the trends that disrupt the real estate technology or will be disrupting in 2022. The successful adoption of a specific technology in the real estate industry will determine its ability to provide value of its uses. Number one, artificial intelligence in machine learning. Artificial intelligence in machine learning move the data collected into action. This combination helps in making smarter decisions using patterns recognition. Along with this, artificial intelligence in real estate algorithms combined with a robust IoT Internet of Things device framework will facilitate high quality property management, including better control of power, lighting, and security system. For example, an online real estate marketplace that helps its users streamline the home search processes with personalization powered by AI, artificial intelligence. The system determines the expectation of the consumers and recommends properties accordingly. The search remains no more a result of just a search query, but the overall system. Number two, drones. Digital multiple perspective site visits are now possible, creating emotional storytelling around a particular property. Drones can also be used to provide a tour of the area. For new builds, a drone might capture the feel of a new neighborhood. It could also help people in considering to move to a new town or neighborhood but get a feel of the overall place before visiting. Virtual reality. Virtual reality in real estate makes the search and buying experiences more interesting as they provide a virtual tour of the property to the potential buyers that can view remotely. With virtual reality implementations, real estate has entered the third step of synthesis in technology usage. The customer can now remotely visit the property he or she is interested in through virtual tools. The COVID era has further pushed the VR acceptance for and today's market. Today, property buyers and sellers can make deals without meeting. For new builds, virtual reality can create realistic architectural images and walkthrough to help buyers understand and experience the property even before construction begins. For property managers, creating a virtual reality tour could help the new tenants to get acquainted with their spaces. Of course, mobile applications. From ordering food to booking a ride, people like to do everything from their palms. Convenience, extending that convenience to the real estate industry. There have been different mobile applications where you can buy, sell, browse properties, or find an agent. Buyers can virtually meet sellers and look out for properties that appeal to them. It can save time and effort, also makes all processes transparent. While real estate mobile applications have been here for some time, 2022 will see a surge in experience and matching backed up with big data and AI. One of the most efficient technologies used in the industry is mobile. For example, developing different real estate apps. The most popular ones are rental and purchasing mobile platforms. These apps offer several advantages to potential renters over the traditional means of locating an apartment or house. Databases are frequently updated, providing more timely information on new properties put on the market and those that are no longer available. Consumers interested in purchasing, selling, or renting a property can also use apps tailored to their needs. They can help you locate the house you want and put you in touch with a real estate agent to help facilitate the deal. Blockchain fueled technology that offers more security and convenience to buyers. Blockchain and real estate are two terms you don't often see used together. But like so many other industries, blockchain is disrupting traditional real estate processes, especially in the area of contracts and security. From a time and efficiency perspective, this technology can be hugely beneficial to the real estate industry because it eliminates the need for license and verification via banks. What's more, due to highly secure nature of blockchain, smart contracts can help reduce the chance of fraud and data breach. Real estate robots. Real estate robots are now not just beneficial for buyers, but they are also helpful for real estate agents. Virtual assistants, voice bots, or chatbots help consumers get immediate answers to all their queries in no time. This keeps the communication going and helps in providing clear solutions. Various proactive property management firms have started to use automated technology like robots to ensure quick and clear communication between buyers and agents. Talking about IoT, which is the Internet of Things, refers to smart devices and appliances that are digitally connected to the cloud, constantly sending and receiving information. Due to the Internet of Things, technology now lives in things around us like windows, doors, light switches, appliances, etc. With appropriate sensors and devices, one can make things easy to use and manage. IoT is the future of smart home technology. Internet of Things in real estate also provide valuable insights to the property that can be used as an input for insurance, real estate management, and compliance. And finally, talking about prolific adoption of live video, one of the most prominent and disruptive trends in real estate today and in future is the prolific adoption of video. Video in all forms is now being used for marketing, touring, leasing, sales, asset management, and as a general communication tool. The true disruptor, though, is the live video. Outside of an in-person tour, there is nothing more transparent than live video. You can't Photoshop a video tour. Bottom line is, market cycles come and go, and people buying real estate will continue to think about short-term and long-term goals regardless of how our world of work is changing. First-time home buyers will continue to value things that won't have a long-term impact. But the key lesson for agents is to leverage new technology to gain new listings and attract home buyers. A lot of realtors thought it's easy to sell homes will exit the market in the next few years, and only those who are equipped with the best technological tools will remain. Tech leaders can ensure that their offerings align with realtors' needs as home buyers' needs change and evolve. I like to end up with a quote from Stewart Brand. Once a new technology rolls over you, if you're not a part of stream roller, you are a part of the road. That's all for my sharing for today. Thank you so much. Again, this is Yusuf Iqbal, Country Head, Chawai, IQI, Canada.
Hello everyone, I'm Sipavit Thamlongwalaporn, Barnier Chief Operation Officer from Thailand. Barnier is a leading PropTech company. We are focusing on the property big data in Thailand. We also have our own real estate marketplace platform. You can check us out at www.barnier.com. We are using deep learning technology, artificial intelligence or AI, and machine learning to enhance our ecosystem to solve our customer pain points in real estate in Thailand. We collect and divide our data into three aspects, which are property data, people data, and proximity data. As I mentioned you before, we have our own marketplace. This is our significant channel to collect data, and we do not only collect data internally, but we also collect them externally from many reliable open sources. So far, we have accumulated over 15 million users, 50 million sessions, and 30 million page views. Now, I will roughly explain the data that we have. First, for property data, our marketplace has over 1,000 listed assets per day, and the duplication listing rate is lower than 0.5%, which is 7.5% lower than the market average. So our property data is reliable and trustable enough. So far, there are many private and public organizations that are using our property data tools to analyze their real estate market in terms of projects in Thailand. Our data has covered over 30,000 home projects all around Thailand, and the history record is back to 20 years. Over 4 million comparative data and over 3 billion customer data score. We do daily updates and combine with external sources such as spatial data like POI, region, and etc. And also use NLP to purify the data. For people data, according to our marketplace platform, we have over 700,000 users visit per month, and we expect to reach 1 million users per month by the end of this year. We are collecting their search behaviors which reflect their interest in properties in Thailand. For proximity data, we try to collect and compile all data which is related with people lifestyle, behavior, and environment such as city plan, green area, pollution, transportation, restaurant, and etc. Then, we turn those data into location score in many aspects, which can help us to accurately compare the opportunities and potential of each area in Thailand. And now, I will show you how we monetize our data. Barnier offers 4 main services to the market. The first service is called Bestimate. Barnier Proprietary Homes and Asset Valuation Service, which can deliver an online estimate of value for homes or assets that relies on both public and user-submitted data. Bestimate allows customers to gain valuable information about their home's worth with a single click. Before, this process may have involved identifying from the appraisers. Now, homeowners can do a quick casual check on their home value every month if they want. We use artificial intelligence and machine learning technology to estimate price for the users. This service can help them to make more precise decisions when it comes to setting price for sales, buy, rental, or loan appropriately. Second service is Intelligent Valuation System, or we call IVS. This service is similar to Bestimate, but the information we provide is more in detail than Bestimate. We provide comparison subject to the attribute that appraisers can use. This technology can help the appraisers to reduce a lot of operating costs and time. So far, this system is implemented to Krungศรี Asia Bank to develop loan products and services to match the needs of customers as well as property developer in the future. Third service is our marketplace or www.barnier.com. Barnier.com is a leading real estate marketplace platform that offers buyer and seller to meet each other. Our ecosystem consists of homeowners, buyers, sellers, renters, agents and brokers, real estate developers, bank and home suppliers. We offer sellers to open a virtual shop on our platform free of charge to sell their assets. Moreover, we also provide them useful data to help them make a decision for selecting an asset to sell on the platform. The seller will get data analysis from their shop performance, including hot lead, warm lead, and cold lead. We have also launched the new platform called Plot2Share. Plot2Share is a platform that combines many technologies, including Bestimate. Agents and brokers services in Thailand are mainly being processed by only trust and reliability. There is no law to support transparency. Therefore, the real estate brokerage service group in Thailand expanded in a limited circle and at a very low rate of service growth. Plot2Share Development is an online brokerage platform that will encourage the work of the agent brokers to be more efficient because 3 main factors of work will be developed. First, the stock factor from the strength of Barnier, its position as a real estate marketplace and the presence of a partner in real estate project throughout Thailand. It is considered a strong point in selecting real estate into prop-to-share system. Second, agent tools factor. In order to increase the efficiency of the brokers, it is necessary to have sales support technology such as sales kit and booking system, sales CRM system, after sales CRM system, market data estimation system or CMA, and etc. These sales closing support systems aim to make the broker work as fast, impressive, and as reliable as possible. Third is reach factor. Building a strong real estate community is a goal that Barnier must pursue. The area that Barnier has focused on developing over the years has been the creation of the marketplace community and agent community, both of which will support prop-to-share to thrive proactively to acquire property buyers. The prop-to-share development plan is a long-term plan that Barnier has to accomplish by transforming the real estate trading model in Thailand to be more efficient. The last service we offer is home renovation. As we all know that banks hold many assets from their customers and those assets are pretty damaged, making it difficult for buyers to purchase even though the price is lower than the other option. We see the demand and acceptable price through our marketplace. We know which area is popular from our database among our users and how much they are willing to pay. So, we negotiate with the bank for non-performing assets or we call NPA, and then we renovate those assets and sell them through our platform again. Last but not least, from all the information provided, if you find that there is any opportunity for our collaboration or would like to know more about our service, please kindly contact us, or you can drop an email to sipavicd@barnier.com, SIPAVICHD@barnier.com. We are really looking forward to learn to hear from you guys. Thank you.
Sheena Walker here, creator of Performance by Design. And I work with individuals and companies to teach them world-class performance mastery skills in business and public speaking. I help to take them from an expert to being positioned as an authority. And how is that important? Well, being an authority in your business in today's economy helps you to have the competitive edge and to lead the field. So what I'd like to share with you is 9 steps. It's a little bit different, this presentation, sharing 9 steps that are going to help you to be a performer, to be a stylish performer. Right now, speaking is the most profitable skill in the business world today. And when you step out to do training, to do a keynote, to win new business, to go for that promotion, companies have an expectation that you will be a super presenter. You see, what's really important is that you can actually engage with your audience, you can build a rapport, you can inspire them, you can motivate them, you can give them call to actions, you can wow them, you can teach them new skills. But quite often that doesn't happen. So quite often it's very difficult to find your stage voice, because sometimes people feel they lack confidence, they lack self-esteem. But actually there's wider factors that I'd like to share with you that hold people back being a stellar performer, going from average to good to great to being world class. I'd like to share with you how you can start to be positioned differently if you follow some of the points that I'm going to raise and share with you today. So I want you to think that you're not just a presenter. I want you to think that you've got stellar style. Stellar style, what does that look like? That you're an executive. And being an executive, you would have 4 key elements as fundamentals to be an executive and to be positioned as a stellar speaker. So the first of these is you need to be an expert. You need to be an expert in your industry. You need to have a topic that people know you for. My 2 words are performance mastery. That's what I speak about. It's what I share. It's what I train in. And performance mastery goes right through everything I do, through my leadership, through my coaching, through my speaking. And people get to know that that's what you do. So you need to find out, what are you an expert in? You're not an expert in 50 things. You can be an expert in 4 or 5 services linked to your speciality. The second thing is you need to have a framework. You need to have a framework that demonstrates what you speak about, a framework or a business model, a conceptual model. You also need to have a framework for when you're going to present, how you prepare and practice. The third thing is you need to be consistent. So when you decide what you're an expert in, you need to think about putting that through digital marketing, through your IT, through your social media, through your influential conversations. And the fourth element is you need to be able to get feedback and have a mentor, have somebody that knows more than you, that can actually give you feedback on your performance. So let's look at some of the areas that I can share with you. So once you're decided you're an expert, the second thing that you need to do is you need to love your audience. You need to have that style when you go in front of your audience. You need to paint that picture. Now here, we're in the football grounds of Barcelona, so if everybody goes to see Ronaldo, then they expect to see a fantastic world-class football match. I don't think the audience would be very happy if people came on and played cricket or netball or did something else. So that would be inappropriate. So what's really important is that when you're asked to speak or asked to train, you need to ask, who's in my audience? What do you want me to teach them? What do you want them to learn? And what do you want them to leave with today? What actions do you want to leave with? So you've got a picture about what that might look like. So you've got a portrait in a frame of this is your audience. And once you have that, it's very important that you then can go to Stellar Style 3 and design a brilliant message. So once you know your audience, once you know what you've been asked to speak on, if it's IT related, marketing, digital, you then can look at, what do I need to do to design a stellar, stylish message that will immediately engage the audience? So the very first thing that I'd like you to do is not to start scripting a PowerPoint and 20 slides, or writing on the back of an envelope, or standing in your suit and stilettos trying to write a presentation, the very first thing that you would do is write 25 words of what you would like the ending to be once you've delivered your presentation. If you want them to be more knowledgeable in digital marketing, what are you going to teach them? You want them to be more knowledgeable in IT. Are you going to teach them something that's linked to IT that's going to make their job easier? And the second part of designing your message is looking at 3 priority areas that you can explain what your 25 words is in your head. And that's important. So your message and the 3 priority areas, having transitions in between, is what you'd look to feel and do in your presentation. And that leads us on to thinking about how do we connect with our audience. I spoke at the very beginning about engaging and building rapport. If you've got the correct audience and you've got the correct message, you will find it quite easy to hold attention, because they'll listen to every word from the minute you open your presentation, the minute you start to speak. So what do you need to think about for holding attention? What actually helps, I've found, is setting the scene. Sometimes when we go out now, people are unsure about what you're going to speak about. So it's quite good when you open your presentation that you ask a question, get their agreement, rhetorical, and then you set the scene based around the knowledge you know your audience is looking for. See, the minute you tap into their world, you've immediately got their attention. Immediately they'll start to feel you're speaking personally to them, and they'll start to engage with you. And, you know, when we've been looking at, say, for instance, the James Bond film, when you're looking at your audience, everything with Daniel Craig is connected to James Bond. It's in scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. It all interlinks together. When you speak to your audience, make sure that you've actually got a theme running through your presentation. I see people with 20 ideas and 20 different stories, and that is not what stellar style world-class presenters do. I said earlier about having 3 key areas. Explain these key areas and get your audience to listen to every word that you're saying. And that takes me nicely on to how you can be a presenter with style. How do you deliver a powerful performance? How, as speakers, do we have a brilliant bandwidth? Do we have a great internet connection, a great bandwidth, or do we have a poor reception? So I'm going to share with you 2 or 3 areas that you can add to your presentation that will make you a powerful, stylish performer. And I want you to start thinking, how can I be a stylish performer? Am I doing what Sheena's sharing? Or could I think about what Sheena's sharing and maybe start adding it in? So one of the key things that I've noticed that speakers need to start doing almost immediately is they need to look at vocal variety. We hear that word. I have a podcast, The Power of Vocal Dynamics. And vocal dynamics is a very powerful way to be a brilliant presenter. You can speak soft, you can speak normal, or you can speak extremely loud. I find that sometimes people just speak normal. I'm speaking to you normal just now. Sometimes people can speak loud. I was speaking loud when I was at Wimbledon and saw Nadal and Andy Murray winning through the heats. Yes! You know, your voice is full of energy and excitement. What if you're delivering part of your content and you're identifying the challenges that people have, you would take 50% off your voice. The rule of thumb, Sheena Walker's rule of thumb, is that when you're dealing with challenges and problems, you actually have a small, soft, emotive voice. Because what you're doing is tapping into their world. The second thing I want to share with you is how do you use your body language? And I may add that you need to get your area of expertise, who's your audience, the content needs to be compelling, and you would use your tonality and your body language in line with the content. And one of the things that I find incredible, and I love it, is how you use your body language when you speak, how you use it when you talk, when you walk. And one of the things is using gestures. I'm sharing a few with you that if I was to put my hands out with palms up and lean forward to the audience when I'm sharing an emotive understanding and care about the situation or where they are, that's very powerful. The second one is about being a jester. That's about being very funny. I tend not to plan that in, but being a jester would just automatically happen as you're speaking. The third one that I'd like to share is, I haven't used this so often, but it's very powerful. Politicians use this. Barack Obama used it a lot. It's about, he's going to tell you something, but there's a few options. Now you can do that, because see, when you start to use body language and use these, they're called archetypes. You can look that up. There's hundreds of archetypes about how you do use your body and how you can display these archetypes. I wouldn't recommend use any more than 4, because when you start to add them to your presentation, these gestures should come easy to you. The next one is the warrior, and that's about imparting wisdom. Actually, sharing wisdom, it would be fairly loud, fairly vocal, and you'd lean into your audience and tell them this powerful statement that's going to make a huge impact in what they do. And so look at yourself in a mirror and ask yourself, do I do that? The next thing I want to share with you is gravitas. Stellar style, world-class speakers have gravitas. What do I mean by that? Presence. And when we think about Beauty and the Beast, and Beauty comes on stage, she's got this brand identity, this brand profile, this brand presence. She's eloquent and elegant. Are you? Or not? Or are you like the Beast? And maybe can be sometimes unapproachable. If you are, you need to look at being more elegant and eloquent and have more presence so that you can build these conversations. And one of the things I'd like you to really think about is great speakers are very emotive. They're cool, they're calm, they're collective, and people immediately respond to them. And you can do that by learning breathing techniques. Learning breathing techniques, I call it breathing in inspiration and breathing out wisdom. And you can do that. One exercise I do regularly is breathing in, holding it for 12, and breathing out the letter S in one breath. That fills your body with fresh oxygen, replenishes how you look in that emotive state. I hope that you've managed to take in some of these stellar tips to maximise how you are on the stage. When we look at being on the stage or being in the boardroom or being in different settings, we need to learn how to manage disruptions. And that happens a lot, that the technical aspect goes down, something happens, a speaker doesn't turn up, you're asked to step in. And the golden rules of managing interruption is that you always have to have a plan B. Recently, not from my side, but the technological aspects went down, and I just pretended nothing had happened. I continued speaking like this because you need to be a subject matter expert. And when something happens, you need to step in, continue, or if you're asked to speak for less time, take a bit off. If you're asked to speak extra, know that in one of your themes where you can add something. One of the things that happened in interruptions, a gentleman called Michael Bay was doing a promotional launch for Samsung. After 6 or 7 seconds, the IT went down, the auto cue went off. It was only off for a very short spell, but in that time, Michael Bay was not able to continue because he didn't know the subject. He didn't know what the script was. He was ill prepared. And so you mustn't let that happen to you. And the same in recruitment. If you go for a job, you need to say at the very beginning that you may have questions and answers for me, which is taking us on nicely to the next slide. You may have question and answers. Could I ask you to ask me at the end of my presentation if you're doing a training day? If you answer question and answers at the end of each session. And it's very important that when you're answering question and answers, that whenever you get a question from the floor, which can be a bit muffled sometimes, you've got to make sure that you're speaking clearly into the microphone, or the person asking the question has been given a microphone, and you repeat the question so the whole audience knows the question that was asked. You need to be able to say that was a brilliant question. Yes, I can give you an option to that. You can acknowledge it and ask from the floor, does anybody else have a view on that? You can think, that was tricky. And you might want to say, I'll action that, but I'll speak to you at a break. So there is ways that you can answer question and answer. So it's about actioning, acknowledging, clarifying, giving a simple answer, involving the audience if you think there's expertise there. But don't get lost with question and answers that might spoil your presentation. You need to be very clear. If you can't answer, tell them you're unclear about that, but you'll share it with them shortly. And I think that what we need to be looking at is, how are you taking all of this information that I've shared with you about being an expert, being the performer, being world class, designing your message, scripting it, having a theme, being able to add tonality and body gestures. You need to be able to rehearse and practice. I've done this a few times because it was a bit long and I had to condense it just a little bit. So you may have to edit your presentation and edit it where it's not going to make a huge difference to your audience. What I'd like to be able to say to you is that once you've edited your presentation and you're happy with it, you need to go through all of the steps I've shared and ask, am I a performer? Did I demonstrate my expertise? Have I given the best examples for the audience that I'm speaking to? And so what I'd like you to think about is that stellar style, the different stages, is how do you show up and speak up? Start using what I've shared with you. Go back and revisit these 9 tips before you even put pen to paper. Go through each of them and ask the question, am I doing this? Am I not? If you're not doing it, start doing it so that you have a presentation that people just go, wow, that was actually a brilliant presentation. I got such a lot from it that people recognized the call to action. People recognized that you were an expert And you need to be looking every time you go out that people know you for your subject. I'm Sheena Walker. I'm a keynote speaker, a global trainer, and an executive coach. And I would like all of you that's listening to this today to become the greatest presenter ever and perform at your finest.
Thanks so much for the IQI Global to let us to present this exciting project. There is a hospitality project in Gold Coast, Australia. Although we just get through the pandemic, now the Australian has decided to open the international border on Christmas time. So as well as the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games is announced last 2 or 3 months. Now we have about 20 of this sort of hotel and apartment projects to be launched in Gold Coast. It's highly welcome that investors looking on this hotel asset class in Australia, including the investor from overseas, Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, Singapore. We have been proving this Tobin Start projects that's happening again. Look like what we have in year 2000 Sydney Olympic Games. Okay, I'll try to go through some important slides for you to understand about this project. We have very strong rebound on our business survey in last 12 months. Basically, all Australia different states have averaged 20% of business confidence in the business survey. Along with the house pricing, Brisbane already reaching 8% measurement from 12 months before April 2021. Nowadays, we believe until September, we have increasing 20% of Brisbane property price. The reason behind is we have a lot of interstate buyers from Sydney and Melbourne coming to Gold Coast to buy the land and house and apartment for residential purpose. That's why you see the owner occupier reaching 21.7 million. And now our investor in global are working slowly, 6.94, because the international border have not been open yet. When we open, traditionally, that is coming very close to about 15 to 16 billion investment. Along with the 10-year government yield bond, US and Australia are coordinated. We are expecting that the yield bonds 10-year will be increasing along 10 years, about 1.5% to 2%. This means the whole property pricing will be moving up along with the 10-year government bonds. Okay. The first essential factor that investors not ignore is our Olympic Games effect on property pricings. We will have a 2032 Olympic Games Queensland or Brisbane and Gold Coast. As you can see, all these spots have been identified as a venue for the different games. Gold Coast, we have number 4 and 3 or number 1. This means every Gold Coast have a beneficial for this Olympic Games. Brisbane property market have 255 line 1 also. We have the Olympic Games. So this means nowadays we are facing, in summary, 5 positive reasons investing in booming Gold Coast. Firstly, interstate migrations. to April 2020, there's about 27,111.5. Nowadays, we believe more than 70,000 up to the September 2021 have been migrating from interstate. Property pricing measurement from 8% now become 20%. Our owner-occupiers almost occupy the whole market. Because of a very low interest rate, the mortgage rate at this moment in Brisbane and Gold Coast is only about 2%, 1.95%. The cash rate, it becomes 0.1 to 0.2%. This means if you're investing 1 million in the local bank, you may get about 0.1% interest after 1 year. 2032,000 Olympic Games will start the public pricing, look like the price movements in the Sydney 2000s. That is same as effect in the Beijing Olympic Game effect. So this project is a hospitality project. We are aimed to making an overseas investors on the star hotel properties. According to the pandemic effect, we have to use it as a useful figures to demonstrate the potential of this project. 2018 and 2019, we have about 8.5 million visitors to Gold Coast. The whole Queensland is 20 million. Average spending 3.8 night. Average pricing, the increasing is about 7.6% of the hotel price increase. This means we will expect after we open the international border at the end of the Christmas, we will have the similar visitors going to Queensland. And the location of the Coolum Garden Resort and the Luxuria M apartment is located on 486 Foxwell Road, where we are funding a very beautiful wetland and also 3 theme parks, Movie World, Dreamworld, and Hollywood Blockbusters Village. This is one of the strategic locations. If you go to Gold Coast, you will spend 2 or 3 days on the theme park while you stay in the hotel to enjoy the hospitalities and also the good food inside the hotel. We are also next driving distance 1 minute to Westfield Coolum Town Centre and Westfield Coolum Shopping Centre as well as Costco. Our hotel project, one of the features is we allowed the owner to stay in their own apartment at the terms of 60 days in a year, paying by very low living fee, $40 energy water fee, plus while you leave the apartment 50 days, $50 cleaning fee. It make you enjoyment. You can long stay in there 2 weeks, 1 month, and enjoying the theme park, the holiday atmosphere, or the shopping yourself. We are also confronting the opening of the third theme park, Hollywood Blockbusters, in the next to the movie world. This is the government has spent 400 million. We will spending 400 million in the future to boom up as a third theme park. This is movie precinct had existing last 10 years. The famous movie you can see is a Caribbean Pirate, episode 1 to 6, and also Offender 1. Offender episode 2 to 5 also made in this studio and will be broadcast in December 2022 and onwards. A lot of other movie star, Aquaman, is also filmed in here. We will open it as a third theme park and welcome the international tourists to get a picture with the movie star. We also have the fishing trip by 4 commercial fishing boat by the hotel. This is our major facility next to the hotel is the Gold Coast City Marina. That even the visitor love their own private yacht or wedding tour with a private yacht, we can arrange because this facility is one of our connecting the facilities. As you can see that we have confronting a very beautiful wetland park that's about several miles long. We have kangaroo family on there. We have other wild animal on there. And also current investment news is on this Coolum Garden Resort. We are building a very large 24,000 meter square wedding garden mixed up with Chinese and Japanese style, that the tourists can organizing a 4 days or 5 day wedding tourist in the resort. We have wedding chapel, we have private yacht, we have gardens, we have also a eco tour, a mountain temporary just opposite on our resort, going to the native forest to have some photo shooting on the wedding party as well. So we come back to the main theme of the hotel design. This hotel have a resort that was designed as by the Sheraton Mirage team in Gold Coast. It is a very successful project. This project is a have 111 deluxe hotel suite plus 2 levels of all commercial, restaurant, meeting conference room, 500 meters square. We'll come to talk about later on. We also have the wedding chapel. This is our lobby design, very green, across with our wetland atmosphere. This is our lobby design. Okay, inside this resort, when you spend 3 holidays, no matter where do you go, enjoy the theme park, you have to stay away relaxations at night time as long as a good food. We have 3 restaurants, and this 4 paint we provide you with a lobby bar, we have a 2 duty-free shop, we have 1 fine dining restaurant, another 1 buffet restaurant. And one of the main features of this resort, we have a 500 meters square professional spa facilities. Ladies, I would love to enjoy it at night time, relaxing on there with professional massage therapy and also massage, remedy massage, or others spa and other activities. And also at night time, we get a karaoke and singing bar. Also, we have also in-house hotel hospitality school that Malaysia interested may be interested in sending their kids to our school to training up. As a Gold Coast is already a regional definition in migration term, the all graduates from this school can be subject to migrations. Of course, we will assist the graduate to find a place for migrations. That is our restaurant and lobby, and this is one of another main feature is a poolside barbecue kitchen. This, along with the wedding chapel we have and the wedding garden, you see it, that will provide a full service for the local wedding parties, because mostly they were done at the lunchtime. We were entertaining about 200 patrons for one wedding party for the whole days. And it is a very powerful market that investor doesn't worry about the room occupancy rate and the rental income from their side. This is our duty free, because we are fitting a 1 million international tourists that we can sell some of the local health items, gift item, luxury bed, watches to a overseas tourists, like the Chinese investors, Chinese tourists. There is 500 meters square spa. It's one of the biggest spa hotel concept in Australia. 500 meters as close to the film movie world and the local populations is one of the fantastic attractions. We have about 300,000 local population with a lot of $1 million houses from 1 million to 4 million, like in the Kumla Water to our right hand side, and the Forsyth Kumla project in our right hand side on the wetland projects. So we have also a light entertainment for the guests. If you stay in this resort for your own holiday, you can have a place for entertainment, sing a song, have a good wet rice and a cigarette and on there. We have also our internal training school. One of the great news we have talking to our folks, Stay High School, that they will send us 50 to 100 students for this training purpose. Though we can build a very local welcome to the labor market. There is our 4 of the fishing trips that we have 4 times 9.2 meter fishing boat made specially for this hotel. So we can see our marina next door is a world-class marina that the visitor or the owner can go with us for fishing for 3 to 4 days per week, or they can hire their own private yacht in here. We also work with Settle with the hospitality home system. This means in your apartment in the future, when you invest on them, we are using the mobile check-in and check-out. When you turn, you will go into the hotel room or the apartment, all the light will turn on, TV will turn on. When you leave the hotel, the apartment, all the electrical will turn off. Okay, that is, at this moment, we are selling globally. We are talking to some international agencies, selling this unlimited supplies of 86 times 2-bed luxury apartments. We are building 2 and building 3. Each of them are 2-bed design, 60 square meters. There's a red color building 2, building 3 are for luxury and apartment projects. So along this one, you can see all of this coach, smart TV, sofa, matrix bed, crystal light, fancy French bathtubs, scissor stone, dressing table, balcony are all being included, including all furniture and white goods. This is our showroom to show you the actual furniture and the crystal light we are using in every apartment. We can also work with the investor for color matching. For instance, I want to turn the whole apartment into red color. We can turn the sofa, the head cover, and also the kitchen, the same color as one pieces. Let you to enjoy your life while you stay there. There's a level 2, level 3, level 4. All of this one have a underground parking. So this means each of the apartment have their own dedicated underground parking. So you don't have to worry about where do you park your car. We also provide you an investment summary that basically we provide the first 2 years 5% rental guarantee. You don't have any problems. Plus, we get you 60 days for the owner to enjoy their own holiday by paying $40 for the water energy fee. When you leave the apartment, we give you give about $50 a cleaning fee. That's all. Why we have to give you such a good benefit? Because we want you to enjoy the hotel, the resort facilities. The first 2 years, 25,000 or 26,500 is tax free. You don't need to worry about tax because on this project, the total taxable deduction is 39,000 per year. Your 25 left as a tax fee, you still have about 14,000 in your pocket for your tax deduction, whatever your income we earning in Australia. So we are using Inviting Echo and Mantra Hotel Group to manage for us, or we can work with other like Sheraton Inn, Hilton, another big brand name. We are working with us for the hotel management. One of the features of this resort is providing a total solutions. We have our own MG2 operation company that we provide 2 days in the 4 days in the fishing and 4 days in golf cart and 4 days in theme park or 3 days in wedding parties or 5 day DIY. You can pick up any of these days in your hotel reservation. So that's why you don't need to spend other extra energy or bargaining for dollars. Because when you are being hotel guest or owner, you automatically have a 10% discount for all facilities we have to you. So the apartment average pricing is a lot of people asking us is 530,000, including everything. It's not expensive. And compare the price in Hong Kong or in Shanghai, in Sydney, it's only a matter of price of a toilet. So 60,000 is worth 12,000 Australian dollars. So expect income is 6% to 8%, but we give you 5% rental guarantee for first 2 years, and also enjoy the free membership with our VIP club, golf club, yacht clubs. So if you want to ask us to give you a sponsorship form for your 3-year visitor visa, yes, we can do it. So luxury apartment can sell as an apartment hotel project to a hotel investor. We are talking about 45 million. And we can lease back 5 year, 5% each year from the investment group. Basically, we have believed that because of 2032 Olympic Games, we get 3% capital gains as well. So total is 8% per annum for first 5 years. It's very lucrative return on investment for the hotel investor groups. So if you want to contact us, please acknowledge us to see this website and send us an email. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome to ADAPT International Convention 2021. I am so excited to see all of you this year again. My name is Gayatri. I am the founder of TechByte Solution. TechByte Solution is a social media agency servicing corporate clients and as well as a consultancy firm in the area of digital marketing. Today, I am here again to share some idea of one of my very favorite topics, LinkedIn. And this year, I'm going to share about LinkedIn for B2B businesses. As all of us know, LinkedIn is one of the most fast-growing social media network and a powerful platform for B2B marketing. It effectively builds a solid professional network that every business is seeking and already become a very important part of digital marketing. The number of its users is now close to 700 to 800 million, and it is still growing. Additionally, statistics shows that 46% of many social media traffic to B2B company sites is coming from LinkedIn. So now it is no longer the time to ask why we should use LinkedIn, but instead you need to ask yourself, how can I master B2B marketing on LinkedIn? Today, this is what I'm going to share with all of you about. I'm going to give you some guide on how to master B2B marketing on LinkedIn. And all this can be done in 5 very easy and simple steps. Let's dive in, right? So the first thing, one of the most important thing that LinkedIn provides is a platform where you can optimize your profile. So it is crucial to create a professional profile for your business on LinkedIn. Basically, in your profile, you can list your work experiences, education, and so many other things. But now, LinkedIn also allows you to enhance your profile by adding more interactive capabilities. One of the things are status updates. Posting updates is one of the best ways to create and retain connections between you and your network. It is essential to update useful content which can contain images or relevant links to a third-party article or third-party pages. And you can also publish articles very, very easily to your profile, which will make you look very much like a thought leader of your industry. Not only that, video presentations are already very popular on LinkedIn. So you can upload your slides as a presentation on SlideShare and attach them to your profile. So it will make your profile look even more professional. Apart from that, if you scroll down LinkedIn, you will see a lot of other areas like recommendation. You will see other areas like projects, expertise, patent, certifications, and awards. All these areas are really, really important for you to optimize. Only a fully optimized personal page will have the confidence. When your network comes to your page, people will have confidence in your page. Okay, so that is the first thing. you need to have a very, very interactive, a very, very solid, or I would love to call it a killer profile. So that's number one. Number two, you need to create an informative company page. A LinkedIn page can be an ideal place to tell your company's story. It is essential to show important information about your products, about your services, which might be a prior concern of people when visiting your page. Build a page that is helpful for both you and your connection. Such essential contents of your company page can be a banner image, product, service, status updates, career opportunities, and so many things. You can turn LinkedIn from career-focused network platform into a place where you can create your brand's exposure. All this while people think that LinkedIn is a place where I go to look for a job, and it is no longer the same thing anymore. It is not only for people who are seeking for jobs, but in fact, LinkedIn is a very powerful platform for B2B businesses as well as for your professional branding. So wisely use it. All right. So that is the second thing. The third thing is you need to optimize your page's performance. You see, brands needs a complete profile to underscore its presence. A compelling profile will help your customers or your connection to get more insights into what you are and what you do. So it is critical to optimize your profile or your business page or your company page. There are typical ways for you to do profile optimization. In fact, LinkedIn already gave you a long list of things that you need to optimize. Start by including photos, including a profile photo, including a logo of your company, a brand logo, a branded logo, a banner image, some key employees details, all right, and other relevant content that will make your your business looks professional, and also at the same time it has to be human to people. So people need to know that this is not a brand, but this is a human behind the brand that is operating the business. Okay, so this is the new era where people want to see who and what you stand for, your culture, your values, your mission, your vision. So all of it has to be reflected through your posts, through your profile, through your LinkedIn company page. So that is number 3, and it's very, very important. Not only that, you need to also be very consistent in creating your brand. So have a solid idea about how you want to showcase your brand. How do you want people to perceive your culture? How do you want people to perceive your brand? And have a key, what I call, just have a plan, a branding plan, a marketing plan before you venture into LinkedIn, so that you are clear about your marketing messages as well as your connection, your network, your potential clients, your potential prospects, or your investors are also clear about your plan. All right, so that is the very important part, number 3. And we are going on number 4. Now it's the time for you to identify your audience. Understanding the audience is one of the most critical factors to be successful in any marketing strategy, including LinkedIn marketing. By providing a proper, by knowing the exact demographic of your target audience, of your target market, you will be, LinkedIn makes it easier for you to get into your audience insight, and you can capture their traits. So work into knowing who your audience are. Create some personas for them and create content that will suit this persona. There are a lot of tools, like for example, website demographic tools that can help to tell which type of page visitors are coming to your page and what kind of content they are engaging the most. So you can use this data to target your content to the appropriate audience, measure the impact, and optimize the return of investment. ROI is a must in any marketing, so as well as LinkedIn marketing. Moreover, you can also try, LinkedIn has its own automation tool in order to, you can try this automation tools in order to target audience based on several demographic. You can generate more leads for your business and so many things. If you're working as a part of a sales team or a marketing team, or if it's your own business, it is good for you to log into LinkedIn Sales Navigator, and you can use tools like Visa, for example, to generate leads from LinkedIn. But fundamental is you need to know who are you going to talk to. You need to know your target audience. So do some data searching, do some analytics from your data and find who are these people and create content to suit them, to attract them. So that's point number 4. And point number 5 is more on creating valuable content. See, how you can stand out in your social media network, how you can stand out in LinkedIn is by the content that you are providing, the content that you are creating. A great content can lead your marketing to success. Once you launch a business page on LinkedIn, ensure that the content you post on it is valuable. Viewers will only hit follow button and keep you in their connections once they find values on your page. Some people might broaden knowledge from your content. Others find solution to their problems. Whatever it is important to know that proper content is something that is going to attract your audience. So focus on creating this content. Okay, so these are the 5 very important steps for anyone who wants to venture into LinkedIn's B2B marketing. So I hope that I have added some value to you in this very short period of time, and all the best to your LinkedIn marketing, especially for business owners. The last thing that I would want to say, consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Always be prepared, always be ready, and be consistent in creating your content. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Adapt for inviting me again. Today I'm going to share the impact on luxury goods on human development and technology. I have been speaking on luxury goods, focusing on human development and technology for many times. And I can see eyebrows being raised, and whether in surprise or perplexity, it is totally understandable. For the word of luxury, as I previously shared, automatically bring to mind of clients, investors, the images of affluence and selfish behavior, while development is dedicated to elevating poverty and giving a chance to those who do not have. Technology, as we all know, is the scientific tools offered for both entrepreneurs and production. It is the one-click global marketing formula, which has facilitated our task, aspirations, and potential for growth possibilities. Luxury is part of my talk today. Like many industries, nobody was not prepared for this health pandemic, making impact on the global economy. This pandemic has given us the guidance to prepare for any eventuality and to be prepared to embrace the unexpected and thrive along any changes occurring. The luxury world post-COVID is busy now preparing their short business strategy. The survival measures and nationalistic mindset approach for this era of short period of time is pointing heavily. To summarize it short, our sector has to face now 4 important points in my opinion. The survival mode, i.e. the nationalism approach, which is very normal in every post-health pandemic. Taxes and governmental public decisions and policies, higher oil prices, human factor, high skills one, and limits in that process of change. Moreover, if we analyze the latest report from Deloitte, I cite from the report 3 important points: the stock management, cash and liquidity, and demand and offer. Let me share with you something very insightful. Luxury processes rely a lot on the human force as they are going to shape our particularity and distinctive description. Let me share with you something very insightful. Luxury processes rely a lot on the human force as they are going to shape our particularity and distinctive description. Noting here, as I always defend on Luxury of Love, that luxury is all about that human touch and creativity talents. The process of every beauty we are presenting to the world entails precious work, delicate touch, and outstanding skill. According to 2021 latest report of Deloitte on human capital, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 2.7 billion people, or more than 4 out of 5 workers in global workforce, have been affected by lockdown and stay-at-home measures. In 2020, the global unemployment rate increased by 1.1 percentage point to 6.5%. Most low and medium-skilled workers lost their job in comparison to high-skilled workers. Business and governmental leaders have been challenged to both respond to crisis and rethink their workforce strategies in real time. So from that specific point, which are the tools that will help my industry and the workforce simultaneously in that shift from survival mode to thrive? Technology is one and has a big role to play now and more than ever in our luxurious world, a powerful tool, and rethinking it in order to fit not only for the consumer preferences and priorities, but rather on the human power behind our production. Isn't it one of the solutions as well to grow and sustain human development here? But pay attention to you, the dearest generation of tomorrow. There is no value for any technology without innovation. And any innovation depends not only on its inventors, but also on the creativity of the eventual users of this or any new technology, as mentioned by Nathan Rosenberg, professor of economics of Stanford University. Innovation certainly brings growth and value addition to our sector and to the economy of every civilization. For me here as Luxury of Love, my voice is to bring awareness of that balance between high-skilled workforce and technology, the education of that human capital within their own context. I repeat why I am emphasizing on human capital. Our sector is based on detail and services that make their particularity and exclusivity. Highly skilled workers around the world, especially in embroideries and some exclusive handmade textile like lace, tulle breton, macrame, for example, etc., can be highly effective within their own surroundings without needing them all the time in our factories or exclusive ateliers. You will ask me what an educated and skilled labor force is going to bring to the economy. Productivity that drives the economy at the macro level. Moreover, in order to achieve sustainability, a skilled labor force becomes imperative for pushing growth and income levels. I am sharing a personal brand strategy and experience. I work during a turbulent time in my country when sometimes we couldn't have been able to cross from one region to another, unfortunately. And without technology in their hands or that knowledge at that time, I humbly succeeded to engage many high-skilled human force in that process of luxury goods and within their own contexts, even homes. Can you imagine the benefits that will occur now if we reverse the lapse of time and use that power of technology in that process? It is my tip for you all to rethink what you want your innovation to lead you. Do you want it in service of your customers, production or human development, or your creativity and innovation lead you to tap it all? Luxury is surely the new asset class of wealth preservation, as I elaborated in Smart Investor Magazine 2014. My last message to you all: we are here to create a better tomorrow for humanity. As I got interested in economics and impact on luxury or vice versa, and since luxury of love is global, I will end it in 2 other languages that I know. Mon dernier message pour vous tous: nous sommes là pour créer un avenir meilleur pour l'humanité. Au fur et à mesure que je m'intéressais à l'économie et à l'impact sur le luxe et vice-versa, رسالتي الأخيرة إليكم جميعا: نحن هنا لنخلق غدا أفضل للإنسانية، حيث اهتممت من جهتي بالاقتصاد والتأثير على الرفاهية والعكس صحيح. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Knock knock, it's me again, coming back to you with another question to win the lucky draw prize for today. And the question is, what does NFT stand for? Remember, scan the QR code and submit your answer and you stand a chance to win this amazing grand prize for today.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. You set off a dream with me, getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand, will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little, these hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough for me. Never, never, never stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough. Never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. This hand could hold the world, but it'll never be enough. Never be enough for me. Never, 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 never for me, for me. Never enough, never, never, never enough, never, never, never enough for me, for me, for me. For me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a successful day one, and I hope you guys enjoyed the session as much as I did. And I'm absolutely thrilled because today is only day one and we have 3 more days to go. So I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same channel. Goodbye.